Today I woke up feeling pretty good and feeling like I should go out on a run. Don't know where, I don't care. Put my headphones on and played my favorite song and drifted off to a different space. It's a feeling I can't ignore. It comes knocking on our door and I'm ready, I'm ready. When those bad thoughts find their way, I'ma slam the door and say, I'm not here to play. I tell them not today. Oh, nah, 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 not today. Today, maybe tomorrow, not today. Oh, nah, 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 not today. Not today, maybe. Today I woke up, skies are looking gray and I just wanna stay in bed all day. Then I pretend the sun is shining and butterflies are flying over my head. It's a feeling I can't ignore. It comes knocking on my door and I'm ready, I'm ready. When those bad thoughts find their way, I'ma slam the door and say, I'm not here to play. I tell them not today. Oh, nah, 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 not today. Today, maybe tomorrow, not today. Nah, 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 not today. Maybe tomorrow, not today. Nah, 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 not today. Maybe tomorrow, not today. Nah, 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 not today. Maybe tomorrow, not today. Maybe tomorrow, not today. Would you like coffee or tea? Americano or espresso? I don't know how I can espresso all my feels. We can take in the sun. I think it'd be fun, even if it rains tomorrow. Right now it's so real. So who are you? What do you
Look, yeah, try and go further, try and go farther than ever without a burner. Feeling like I never quit moving, I am a learner. And learn that the higher you get, they wanna earn you. But I gotta keep moving, I know what the mission is. Eye on the prize, man, I know what the vision is. Train for the fight, man, I'm doing conditioning. If I fall down, man, I'm going to get it in, you know it. Man, I hang out with thugs, stoics, some poets. Told me take a high, don't hang around with the lowest. Shoot for the sky, you aim high and you blow it. Never take no for an answer, keep going, just breathe. Just breathe. Breathe. Woo! Let's take this thing higher. Higher than you ever been. Stand tall like Everest. I mean higher. You ain't gotta settle in. Go places they never been. We go higher. Non-stop. Take it to the top even when the ball drops. My man, we go higher. It's time to go higher. Let's take this thing higher. Higher than you ever been. Non-stop, stand tall like Everest. My man, we go. It's time to go. Let's take this thing. Woo! Let's take this thing higher. No stop, it's time to go. We going higher than this, my man, we keep running, ain't no calling it quits. Look at the time and the risk, ain't no time to coexist. I want more than what they offer, I'm holding my fist. Out on my own, I do my own thing. Woo! Taking it higher than soul flame. Woo! Words of the wise, never be okay. With mediocrity, do better than no days. Breathe, breathe, just breathe. Woo! Let's take this thing higher. Higher than you ever been. Stand tall like Everest. I mean higher. You ain't gotta settle in. Go places they never been. We go higher. No stop. Take it to the top. Even when the ball drops. My man, we go higher. It's time to go higher. Let's take this thing. Take it to the top. Oh yeah. Higher than you ever been. No stop. Stand tall like Everest. My man, we go. It's time to go. Let's take this thing. Woo! Let's take this thing. No stop. It's time to go. Breathe. Woo! Let's take this thing higher. Higher than you ever been. Stand tall like Everest. I mean higher. You ain't gotta settle in. Go places they never been. We go higher. Take it to the top, even when the ball drops. My man, we go higher. It's time to go higher. Let's take this thing. My man, we go. It's time to go. Let's take this thing higher. Woo! Let's take this thing. No stop. It's time to go higher.
Yeah, I was born to be your favorite. Look, mom, on the billboard, I made it. That's what I dream every day, so I say it. Yeah, hey, but I'm humble, Kendrick. Straight out of the jungle, I'm fearless. Yeah, hey, but you win some, you lose some. I'm about to start the show. You try to knock me down. You try to take my crown. But look at me now. Yeah, look at me now. Look at me now. Yeah, look at me now. Hey, you cannot stop me. You cannot stop me. No.
Africa TV, Freak Up Studio, live. 2022 GSL Season 3.
What is up, everybody? Welcome to the round of 6 here for the GSL. We are rapidly approaching the end of this tournament, and it has been a very special Season 3 so far.
It's been fantastic. We had some really great games the other night. Just in general, it's been a very strong season, and we're starting to see some patterns here, Tasteless, with who's advancing. Like Ragnarok and DRG, they just won't let up, man. Top 6 every season.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. It's not the Zergs that we were really thinking about, you know, coming into this. A big shift in the landscape of the players who've been on top. We, of course, just had a Protoss winning last season, and it is a possibility we have a Protoss winning again this time around, which would be insane. It took 5 years for us to get a Protoss champion here for CODES and GSL. And yeah, it's funny. Sometimes we have a year or two where it's kind of the same players bubbling up to the top over and over, and it gets a little bit repetitive. And then you have moments like this where it's been lots of upsets, big changes in the meta, a lot of interesting stuff.
Yeah. By the way, you can see our schedule for the rest of it down here, right? So we're going to have the semifinals on Thursday, and then the very next Saturday, not this Saturday, but next Saturday, we're going to have the finals at 5 p.m. KST. And that's actually going to be in this studio.
Yes. I think we mentioned it might be at the Sangam Coliseum, and we were wrong about that.
They've been doing that, but this time it's going to be here. And so when those tickets go on sale, if you really want to see this, you got to get them right away because this does not have as big a capacity as the other studio.
They'll probably try to open this up to have as many seats as possible, but we really can't emphasize enough, get a ticket immediately because I mean, otherwise you're going to have to be watching from somewhere else in Seoul.
Yeah, yeah. Or from your home, wherever you may
Or on
live.
your phone outside the studio, wherever that may be.
There's no windows, so you can't, like, climb anything and
That's
peer
right.
in. Well, I guess there is one window, isn't there? But it's, like, way down the hall. You're not going to see much.
You won't see it much from there.
And it's, like, up on the second floor,
We'll have
so that's
people
gonna
up
be dangerous.
inside the vents trying to get it and everything. So, yeah, we do hope if you've come down here, I know we have a lot of people flying in as we're getting closer and closer to the end of the show. So just be aware that there will be more information coming on when and where to buy tickets.
And, yeah, here's a little overview of what we had in that round of 10. And we have the 1 Protoss, 2 Zergs, and then the rest Terrans here. 3 Terran.
And again, it's kind of surprising to see the Zergs that are with us here.
Well, Rogue's gone.
Yeah.
Right? And then that just leaves Dark from, like, the old guard of Zergs, I guess. Well, then the really old guard of Zergs is back with DRG. So.
Yeah. And, of course, GuMiho playing in a very unique way. That's been very exciting to see. Cure appears to be maybe at his strongest iteration yet. And, of course, Hero, I feel like he is still the safest bet to take the whole thing. If not him, then maybe Maru. I mean, Maru's kind of always a safe bet as somebody who's going to get to the finals and probably win. But I do think out of all the seasons of GSL we've had over the last maybe 3 or 4 years, this is a tougher one to call. I think you've got pretty good arguments for pretty much any of the remaining players. Maybe Ragnarok not as much. I feel like I'm also kind of discounting him very often. But
I feel like the least likely player to win right now is GuMiho, personally.
Is that right?
Yeah, and I love GuMiho. Everyone knows I love GuMiho. But yeah, I think he's the least likely. I think that TVT match is tough, and then he's got to beat someone else, and then go through that round of 4 that's ridiculous. But anyways, first off, we are going to have Hero going up against DRG. The winner of this will go directly to that round of 4. If Hero wins, he'll play Maru. If DRG wins, he'll play Ragnarok.
Yeah. And again, Hero, the chosen one of all the Protoss players that we had, he's back from his military service. Protoss has had moments of greatness, certainly in the past, but oddly enough, this tournament, it just doesn't seem to make champions. You know, we had, even when SOS was the 2-time world champion,
he never won a GSL.
He never won a GSL, which is kind of crazy to say. The format of the tournament is a little bit different, though, right? It is, one where you get to have a lot of prep and a lot of planning go into it, so you can really piece together some cool strategies. And, this is the classic, all the way back to the early StarCraft 1 days format, to choose who's going to be the best out here. And it really does create a great story and a lot of drama.
It really does. Now, DRG versus Hero, like, Hero has been just so phenomenal in Protoss vs. Zerg. DRG, I feel like, has quite quietly been just rock solid this year. He's just looking very, very good, getting some great wins throughout the tournament. And this is going to be a best of 5 to decide it now. Who is going to go directly to that round of 4?
And we're running out of matches, man. We are almost to the end here. Yeah. Hero versus DRG, starting on the map, inside and out. This best of 5 begins right now. Let's go.
Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Hero.
What does this shirt say? Continue to grow. I like that.
That reminds me of Beyond's shirt.
Team NV, DRG.
Remember when Beyond won his championship, he had like this shirt that kind of looked like that. That it was like, I forget what it said.
I can't remember what it said.
Like, love me or leave me or something like that. It was like something that was trying to be poetic, maybe.
Yeah. DRG is going to not be blocked by that probe. Get his third base, well, his second base, where normally his third base would be coming in there. So, big picture here with the matchup. Hero, especially in the Season 2, and I think we saw a few elements of this even in Season 1, but he came in here with a very different approach. We've got some support here from Silicon Valley.
Nice.
To Hero from Mexico. Wow. Welcome with the flag. Or is that a flag shirt?
Yeah, it looks like a flag shirt or like a flag poncho, perhaps?
It's maybe a flag robe, or
it's like one of those towels for when you get out of the pool.
Yeah.
All right, right, very, very standard openers here thus far. And, well, I guess I'm really waiting to see what Hero wants to try to pull off here.
Yeah, this is actually what I was going to get to. I guess we're still showing some signs over here, but you know, Hero approached this matchup very differently. A lot of Protosses kind of stayed back and waited for an attack or a push that you could really come out and slowly topple the Zerg with, and that was kind of the traditional approach to the matchup for the decade plus this game's been out. And then Hero changed the way he did it. He expanded with the Zerg, and he just sort of attacked, and the moment he thought he wasn't going to win the fight, he'd run away. And it seems like the way it functions is he just sort of slows down the Zerg over time. You know, with Stalkers with Blink, they can get away pretty easily. And Zerg stuff, it is kind of weak. I mean, if you get enough shots on it, it does die out. And so between that and using Oracles, you would eventually just kind of drag the Zerg to the point where they weren't able to function.
Yeah. Yeah.
What are you laughing at me for? What?
Well, Zerg stuff is kind of weak. If you're going to have shots on it, it will die out. It reminded me because I was just like looking. This is like a very aside thing and maybe not the best thing to bring up right now, but it's like you made me think of this.
Yeah.
The StarCraft Remastered ladder has like a lot of hackers on it, and the #1 guy that's just drop hacked everyone up to #1 with over 3,000 MMR, his profile just talks about how imbalanced the StarCraft 2 Queen is.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh,
He's
that's
like
hilarious.
48 and 0, 3,000 MMR, and his profile just complains about the Queen.
It's so funny. He had to get his message out there.
Yeah, that's the only way to do it. Anyways, it is a Glaives opener here. He's adding 3 gates, so...
And I got something to say here, man. You know, all of his other builds looked like this, only he went Blink. So it seems like what he's trying to do is shift back into an older style. I would imagine that DRG might be expecting Stalkers with a Blink when actually the Adepts may come out and kind of throw them off.
It could be. Could be. Additional gases going up here at the natural. Oh my god. Oh my god. He's actually going for a Baneling bust right now.
Okay, so this is going to be now or never here.
This is kind of crazy. He's going to be able to get that pylon, which is absolutely gigantic.
I think Hero might just be dead.
Yeah, it does look that way right now.
Pylon's going to go down. A couple more Adepts are warped in over here.
Yeah, the Adepts are almost glaived, not quite. He needs to get that pylon back up at his wall, and if he can fill in the wall, if he could block it off, that would be gigantic. But with these Lings coming up, Banelings as well, I think the game is over.
Yeah, that was so fast.
That's too
this
much,
may
man.
end in under 5 minutes right now.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just one gateway that's powered right now. There's plenty more Lings coming down, and I don't see any recourse here for Hero. You know, we were talking about all the different things Hero might be trying to do, but clearly it was going to be DRG taking the initiative and ultimately shutting down his opponent here. Kills the Baneling, but, you know, he's got 9 workers left, and soon there's going to be nothing else here to help him defend.
Yeah, obviously he's dead. I think he's just like letting it sink in right now. GG is called, and that is going to be that for game #1. DRG pulling a fast one there. That's kind of an interesting win to start off with, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's funny, too, because, you know, talk about taking control of the game. I mean, one thing about Hero is that he seems to be able to really navigate games all the way through.
Yeah.
And I think the fact that you just come in there and stop him before he starts is smart.
I gotta mention, he sent his Overlord in. This was really purposeful. If there is one thing that No Regret has taught me, it's you can't Baneling bust them like that if the Stalker is in the wall. Because it takes so little damage from Banelings, whereas Adepts take huge damage from Banelings.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So sending the Overlord in was probably a bait just to make sure that Stalker wasn't up in the wall.
That makes sense. We're already moving now into map #2 here. Tropical Sacrifice, certainly more likely to be a longer game. That one was literally under 5 minutes. The opening of the show was longer than that game was. And let's see if DRG keeps it aggressive, or maybe he dials it back into a macro game. But right now he's up 1-0 versus Hero in this best of 5.
I can do this all day. Believe me when you hear me say I can do this all day.
Dragon Phoenix Gaming. Hero. Team NV, DRG.
Same type of opening here, getting him to go to that third base location. Of course, in that previous game, he was going to go for a Glaives build, right, which could help to punish something like that.
Right.
So those link up very, very well. That doesn't mean he's going to do it this time, of course. See exactly what his strat is going to be.
Keep in mind, this is the only Protoss left in the tournament. DRG fan here. Thank you for the sign over there. Appreciate it. Hero fan. Russ have ruled for too long. That's so funny.
That's a great
That's
picture.
so
I love that he has a sword.
Yeah. Oh, I thought it was a torch. Maybe it wasn't a sword.
Maybe
Yeah,
it wasn't. It could have been a torch. That's what's so great about the picture is it leaves it up to your imagination.
So, look, man. I mean, he attacked in very. Oh, another hero fan here from Germany. Welcome. People from all over the place. Now, I don't think we're going to have DRG do that this time, but
no.
I mean,
no, probably not. I mean, it would be hilarious if he did, though, right? That would really throw Hero off. And, you know, it's a best of 5. It's like that Baneling all-in would have been a little bit more impactful, of course, than a best of 3. You'd be like, oh, damn. Like, there is no margin for error. But, you know, Hero's still got that wiggle room. That would be crazy if you tried that again. 6 slings. Hold on, let's see. Okay, drone.
And so the Twilight Council's coming down here now.
Oh.
Again, I'm watching for, is it going to be Blink or maybe Glaives or something like that?
I bet you it's Glaives. I bet you he wants to go Glaives. There's a Stalker on the way. Mostly drones being produced.
Yeah, we're about to have that third hatchery get started over here.
I like that he actually sent the Adept out as well here. He's being a little bit more aggressive about getting information. You know, there's every single game we see Shade flies out, the Overlord sees the Shade fly out, the Adept runs backwards so you don't know if they finish, right? But most of the time they don't finish. Like, normally they just, like, keep the Adept at home. But here, he's like, it's not exactly sacrificing, like the Adept may not die, but, like, he's pushing pretty hard trying to figure out what's going on.
And it's going to be a Dark Shrine tech here. Now, there are 16 more lings being made now.
Oh, man.
So,
Yeah, DRG does have more workers than he had in the previous game. Also, we don't see any sort of Baneling nest or anything.
Right.
Look at that, the Stalker standing in the wall.
Lesson learned there. But if it does become time for him to move out, I guess it wouldn't really matter if he's going Dark Shrine, right?
Dark Shrine, not only does it have that, like, aggressive potential, but... like, if someone tries to all-in you, Dark Shrine is so good defensively.
Oh, he moved the Stalker back. Luckily, no Banelings over here, though. Oh!
Oh, a little wiggle got through there. He's going to pop 1. He didn't make any more lings in this. He's actually droning behind this now.
Yeah.
Dude, this is kind of crazy.
He's going to break that pylon open. This is actually kind of crazy.
Oh, imagine if he had made more lings.
Yeah, we'd already be in game 3 here.
Yeah, seriously.
Somehow that sentry flips over to the side now.
And he actually gets the Stalker as well. He's going to go ahead and run by, and this is going to allow him to see the Dark Shrine. Wow, that's pretty damn big, man.
I am actually stunned right now that this is going the way it's going here.
Protoss need a door, man.
This is so funny because clearly what's happened is DRG has done his research and just said, no, he's actually weak early on. Like he can, you know, what Hero has been doing is cutting corners a little bit too much. And it seems like he knew the right number too because he got in there, won the fight. He probably could have kept making lings and won the game, but I think this is more of a calculated move here.
Yeah.
The question is now, you know, how ready is Zerg going to be for the DTs to come out?
Well,
I mean, he did scout it, so he should know, but maybe, you know, he's going to get Blink. He can do something different with it.
DT Blink is going to be very, very interesting here to see what he wants to do. Like, I think he's just going to maybe sit there and make a hell of a lot of DTs and then go try to do, like, a classic type move, right?
Sure.
Blink the DTs in and just, like, kill a Spore instantly, that type of move. But yeah, I like the change because, I mean, as soon as those went in there and saw that, Spores went up all over the place.
Right. And so we have a couple more DTs warped in. Now, is the Zergling going to see this? Well, he's going to move out now. Blink is done. Shadow Stride.
Dude,
I actually forgot what it was called
it's
properly.
called Shadow Stride?
Yeah,
No,
apparently.
it's not, Taste. It's called DT Blink. It's like so silly to like rename these things. Okay, Lings come in, and they should be able to force a cancel there, but look at this. He's going to blink on top of this, and that is going to die so very quickly. It's actually great blocking here. Only 2 DTs are connecting, but he's still going to get it. And that means that this hatchery is going to fall as well. What a good move from Hero. And he actually didn't even have to cancel that Nexus. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, and now the DTs are going to blink away.
And none of them died.
That's insane.
And
Great
13
play.
drones died. Dude, you know when Hero knew he was going to win this game? It's when those Lings broke in, killed most of his stuff,
Yeah.
and saw the Dark Shrine. He's like, oh, see, this is actually what I wanted.
Yeah, now you're going to lose to what I've got. No, that was crazy. I had actually, to be honest, sort of written Hero off after I saw the Lings come in a second time. I'm like, all right, well, this is not the cast I was planning for.
Yeah.
He's going to go for Spire now.
And Hero going for Stalker Shadow Stride.
Yeah. And, you know, one thing with the DTs is he's got enough. He can just kind of roam around. He can look for the 4th and jump on it and maybe kill it before it can even get canceled.
Yeah, it's a possibility for sure. The 4th just gets started. Like, if he gets over there, he can do it. The Spire, I think, is a good partial risk here for DRG. Obviously, he's in a bad spot. And I think that, you know, with the Spire, there becomes the possibility that maybe he can, you know, maybe it can turn into some sort of base trade. Maybe the Mutas can just get something done. He did see the Spire.
Yeah.
He did see the Spire.
Spots that. And he's going to use the Stalkers to come down here. He does have the DT still roaming. Never got an opportunity to really come in there and take that. He turns it into 3 Archons. I think it's a great move. Still 1 DT to maybe do something tactical with. And now he's going to try to come up in between the rocks here with the Stalkers right now. And we're seeing Hero kind of go back into the style that really, you know, he made his name off of here.
Yeah. A couple Overseers do pop up, and now he blinks forward, going after these Ravagers.
And the injured Archon kind of moved down to the bottom, and it is taken out, but so many drones are being killed off over here.
Yeah, it looks like the Protoss army will end up falling, but I think it's done enough damage. He got rid of almost every Ravager, like only 1 Ravager remains, and he got rid of 21 drones. Now, DRG's army is way better. He may need to counterattack right now.
I think you're probably right.
But, like, I don't think Hero's going to die, right? Like, he's got shield batteries, he has DT tech, and he has Blink Stalkers. So it feels like he should be able to hold on whatever might happen. And, in fact, he's going to stay on the offensive here.
Yeah, well, you know, it's like we said before, you know, he is able to kind of blink away, and as long as he's not losing Stalkers and he's killing off other stuff, he's going to be getting value here. But yeah, kind of an incredible moment there to see that many workers fall. And here it is, the 4th base kind of expanding with the Zerg and kind of changing the way the race operates in that role.
Stalkers right now microing back. More and more Stalkers coming down. A few Mutas are being made. So, I mean, these Mutas must be to fly across the map and try to harass the probes a little bit, maybe force some Stalker Orphans at home to deal with them. Charge coming up in the meantime.
And more Warpins.
Yeah, these mineral lines are pretty empty. Like this, the Mutas can be very annoying here.
Yeah, we're going to see if he's going to be able to come in and do that in a second. But without cannons there or something to really kind of push away from that, yeah, it'll be tough for him. But the Stalkers can keep making pressure over here. Again, 4 base to 4 base is not good for the Zerg long term. The Zerg does keep out expanding. And here it is once more. You just kind of take your fights, run away, continue to let that Stalker group grow and grow, and try to trade out as efficiently as you can.
Well, the Muta's going across now. We're going to see if they can start to make a little bit of a difference here. The Roach Ravager doing an okay job keeping everything back. And here we go. The Mutas do start to hit. So finally some damage being dealt to Hero now. Recall occurs, and the Muta's just going to fly away from that. Now they're warping into that main base. But you know what? This takes all the pressure off DRG, at least for a little bit.
Yeah, it was never a lot of Stalkers, it's worth pointing out. But he's going to have an opportunity for a counterattack to come in here. He may need to blink right down onto the ground. The Muta's come in once more. Oh my god, it gets right on top of that Immortal. That's actually pretty big.
Okay, yeah, he's eating through these Zealots very, very quickly as well. The Raptors dealing some very strong damage. Down goes some Biles.
Nice force fields there to trap some of that on the outside. And really good execution here from Hero, killing off a lot of that.
Yeah.
It's important to note it's actually 67 workers for Protoss and 44 for Zerg, which is kind of a funny mixture. Also, a very impulsive move to warp these Raptors down here that Hero just immediately punishes.
There's the Biles.
That's it. Okay, great game. And I want to remind everybody that did start with the Lynx actually busting in. And what looked like
the Dark Shrine.
And scouting the Dark Shrine, and he still made that work.
Yeah, the blink was such a, the DT blink was such a smart move there from Hero that really put him way far ahead.
Right.
And the thing is, if that hadn't worked, he's like nowhere in the game. You know, he has nothing going on for himself. So that was, it was a bit of a risk, but I think it was a smart one. Definitely pays off. And now, after a couple pretty cheesy, aggressive games, they're tied up 1-1.
Yeah. Looking very good, though, for Hero. I mean, the fact that he can absorb that type of damage and then navigate the game to a lead in his way, regardless. It came down to that attack with the Archons. He kind of knew when to bulldoze through, take the drone kills, and then run away. And then basically play that balancing act of doing damage and not losing too many Stalkers. We're going to go to Cosmic Sapphire for map number 3. Right now, Hero and DRG are tied up 1-1.
I can do this all day. Believe me when you hear me say I can do this all day.
Dragon Phoenix Gaming. Hero. Team NV. DRG.
It's a very different approach to the opener this game for Hero. See, he's grabbing that gas first, which means, of course, no probe scout. Not going to deny any base or anything.
It's going to be interesting if we keep seeing him try to do pressure builds more and more. Clearly, he looks at the way the Hero opens up. It says, you're actually cutting maybe a little bit too many corners here. And I'm going to punish that. You know, came from California.
Nice.
Welcome. Welcome. Some support for DRG there. Nerd chills.
Gambles. Well, you came to the right night here with Hero playing.
That's right, yeah. So, I mean, let's see if Hero tightens this up, if DRG does that a little bit more. I kind of thought in that game 1 that was a bit more of a one-off, and I guess I was wrong. He tried to go for it again here.
Everything looking pretty normal so far. I'm excited to see where Hero's going to take this with his tech. 2 Twilight openers so far, but very different in their execution. DRG looking standard thus far.
Hero coming in here with a pretty big range, by the way, of ideas. You know, a lot of it has come to the kind of Stalker Blink play, but he seems to be very comfortable also playing around the fact that everybody knows he's going to do that, like going for DT Blink right away before, and then coming into Stalkers later on.
Yeah, well, he's so good with those Stalkers, and, you know, he had an edge in that game, so he was able to pretty easily continue with that pressure.
Sure.
Stargate, though, this game. So definitely a bit different, but, you know, the style that we really grew to love, like last season, for instance, did generally open with Oracle. So this could be like Oracle into Gateway Man.
And that was really his bread and butter last season. And, you know, we talked about this quite a bit, but for a while it seemed like Protoss had a very, very hard time actually killing Zergs, right? And there was a lot of soul searching and a lot of weird openers and styles of play that were experimented with to figure that out. And it seemed like some Terrans could beat Zergs if they either won with a push or then turtled intensely. But Hero seemed to be the first guy that came out and was like, no, I pretty much got it sorted. And we were talking about if you're going to be a player who's going to win a GSL over the last couple of years, you better be able to beat Zerg, because you're going to have to face several very strong ones to get that far.
That was a big problem with SOS, actually, is he, not always, but a lot of times that was his weak matchup. And, you know, that definitely cost him in several GSL tournaments. Having to beat Zerg, definitely a prerequisite. So Oracle coming across. Third Nexus going to be going down. Very standard stuff here on both sides.
Right.
And, well, let's see what he gets done. Now pushing back that Overlord a little bit. Sending the Oracle back so he can secure the kill on it. Of course, that's going to make it a little bit harder to get kills with the Oracle across the map.
And so far, this is the most passive standard game that we've had here from DRG, where he's, you know, just powering up. He doesn't want to really get in the Protoss' face that much early on here. 2 more gases as the third Nexus is coming along here, and Oracles are going to be pulled up.
Yeah, he's about to beat 3 Oracles. Let's see if he keeps going. You know, there was definitely some games that we saw where he was going like mass Oracle when there was like a lot of circlings involved. So it's kind of cool to see the 3, and he's saved a lot of energy on them. He's saved a lot of health on them as well. There really hasn't been that much diving as far as harassment goes.
And yeah, it does seem like of all the builds that, you know, people talked about that were worth copying, you know, from Hero, this is sort of the build that we saw him where, you know, he really made his bones in the matchup in the modern era. So the 3 Stalkers are going to come out. He is going to dive down on 1 Queen, and there's no energy to heal it up. And it's just going to snipe whatever he can find. He will lose 1 Oracle. Ideally, you don't want to be dropping any of those, but he does get 5 drones, so
5 drones,
not the end of the world to lose that.
Popping a couple of units in there as well. But yeah, keeping 2 alive, I think it's still totally fine. Lots of drones coming out, and it is a plus melee attack here from DRG. And I have liked this approach against the Blink Stalkers.
Oh, is he? Wait, he's all in?
Who?
Zerg. So the Queen's running off creep. Never mind. Never mind. He's going back.
Oh, did he? Yeah, I guess he did walk
3
up creep.
Queens walking up creep, which usually means you're going to all in. But I guess he might have decided to do that and then pulled away.
Yeah, he was still droning reasonably much. He doesn't really have that much going on. Like, the layer's not done. +1 melee is not quite done yet either. But, yeah, maybe he wants Hero to, like, make some static D or something. Like, he's trying to bait him into it.
You could fake with that with the Queen.
Okay, Blink coming up. Baneling Nest is going to be finishing as well. And I wonder exactly what we're going to see here. There's no Roach Horn, right? Like, does he throw down a Spire? Is he just going to go Ling Bane, like pure Ling Bane? I have, like, some of Ragnarok's moves where he goes for, like, a really big Ling Bane Roach attack.
Yeah.
But it's actually, a Hydralisk Den coming up.
Yeah, Ling Bane Hydra, not a bad idea.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot of damage that's dealt very, very quickly. Obviously, the Banelings need to connect with their targets, and the Hydras have to then fill in for the rest of the damage the Banelings couldn't finish off. But in some ways, I think it's a better style of play maybe against this than trying to, you know, go Roach, Ling, Ravager or something like that, where I think with better finesse, the Stalkers are just superior units.
Well, right now they are showing that, aren't they?
Yeah.
Picking off a Queen, running back, a lot more Stalkers being warped in. There is +1 on these Lings, but not enough of them to do very much right now. He only has 20 Lings against 22 Stalkers. Obviously, that is not a winning battle. Now, the Queens standing their ground, trying to fight here, but obviously the Stalkers getting a much better deal. Oh, man, this is not going well.
Yeah, I think Hero is close to taking this one here, too. He's one-shotting each of the Queens here. The Hydras are going to come up, but they're only as strong as the other units that can back them up. I mean, there's more Stalkers than there is everything else Zerg has. GG Hero takes game 3, and it's looking more and more clear that as long as the game can develop the way that Hero wants it to, he will win this series.
I tell you, if he had taken it a little bit longer, then maybe DRG can hold that, because it felt like he caught DRG right before DRG started his unit production.
Yeah.
Really felt that way. Like, we saw DRG do a couple when he was getting harassed. He did a couple big drone rounds, which is kind of a normal thing, right? Like, if you lose some drones to, like, Stargate harassment, it's oftentimes the answer is just to, like, make a big round of drones and just be fine. But then Hero followed it up immediately. I almost feel like he held the Oracles back purposefully, brought them in for harassment. It got some drone rounds made, and then he just instantly attacks. And DRG simply did not have enough at that time, even though I think he prepared a lot of things in the correct way.
Impressive stuff. Getting a little bit worried here for DRG. Yeah. Will he lean back into aggression? Let's find out as we go to map 4 on Moondance.
I can do this all day. Believe me when you hear me say
in Phoenix Gaming. Hero. Team NV, DRG.
Okay, I feel like this series is unfolding pretty quickly here.
It is. It's a Fast and Furious series.
Yeah, action-packed. Honestly, I wouldn't blame DRG if he went for aggro again.
Yeah, why not?
It seems like Hero has a very... it almost looks too easy what he's doing. You know what I mean? I mean, there's a lot to it, but he seems to very comfortably get where he needs to be, and then the damage starts coming. And,
yeah, you know what, actually, Tasteless? Like, this is something that we saw a lot of Terran players figure out, like here especially, all the way from Peru.
Peru, welcome.
Cannon rush by Tasteless. Simping
for
Fire.
Hell yeah.
Amazing.
Man, there's no direct flights from South America to Asia. You got to go through.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's a long trip.
There can't be none.
There's none.
To Asia, there's none?
Am I right? Some people are looking back. They're just waving high. And I'm going to yes or no. I don't know. No, I believe
South America is a pretty damn big place to not have a direct flight to Asia.
No, I believe that there's almost no, and I think none.
I've decided that you're wrong.
Yeah.
I've never looked into it. It can't be. Like you have to be able to get from like Brazil to Japan or something. It has to be.
I think it's too far. I think the farthest you get is Europe, like something like Seoul or Tokyo to London or something like that.
I think the longest
15
flight
hours?
in the world is like either an Australian flight or a Singapore flight somewhere.
An Australian flight probably to
anywhere.
Anywhere, yeah.
Anywhere but New
a flight
Zealand.
from Sydney to Perth, yeah, that's definitely the longest in the world.
Crazy. But look, actually, to what you were saying, Tasteless, about the aggression, something that I found really interesting was players like Parting, or Hero is a similar player to these players that are really highly aggressive. Now, this is a different matchup I'm talking about, but the way that, like, for instance, one of the reasons why I think Parting didn't end up winning another GSL is because a few of the Terrans, like TY and Cure and stuff, started getting very aggressive against him. Right? When he was killing everybody, they're like, no, we're going to get aggressive now. And then suddenly it's like, oh, you're losing probes while I'm losing SCVs, and then things get out of hand pretty quickly. So, it feels like that is kind of a good thing to do. Like, these aggressive Protosses want you to play your standard macro game. That's what they're good at dealing damage against. But once you start getting aggressive on them, they have a bit of a harder time.
By the way, a Void Ray's being made here.
Yeah.
The first, we've had 4 games, and this is the first time this unit's been made. Now, I mean, I think if Hero wasn't playing, we would start to say that he just wants to, comfortably get a third base and then go into a macro game. But he's getting a second Stargate now.
Wow.
Now, does he get another Void Ray? Because this is a very different way of playing the game.
I can't imagine he would go, like, actual Void Rays. Like, Void Rays on 1-2 base? No, it can't be.
Yeah, and this is very interesting because, to be honest, I mean, from at least my perspective, after the way the last 2 games went, I don't see why you'd even try to play any differently, right? Like, just come in there and do what's already worked. But this is a big shift in the approach for a player who already is ahead, and it seems like he's got a good handle on the matchup. But I can almost guarantee you that DRG, first of all, didn't expect that first Void Ray, is not going to be expecting the second Stargate behind this either. Off of 2 base. Normally, when we say a third base making, almost always.
Yeah. We did see some stuff like this from Creator the other day. Remember? Like,
right.
It was very, very peculiar. So double Stargate Phoenix, but because he's going Twilight as well.
So could he go back into the Stalkers? I kind of thought we couldn't have Stalker play after 2 Stargate, but maybe you make 2 Stargates, get a couple of units out here, and then stop. I mean, this is a very strange build. This is really interesting to see how he's developing.
Stalker Phoenix doesn't make sense to me, Tasteless. It really, really, really doesn't. I could see Adept or Charge Law, right? Glaive or Charge I could see, but if he goes Blink with Phoenixes, what are you, Alpha Star? Like, what's going on here?
And it's going to be Glaives. You were right about that. But I will tell you, it's interesting when you see somebody ahead and they just need one more game, and then they do something very, very different. And let's also point out, I mean, he won game 2 and 3 so handily, you know.
Yeah.
5 gateways coming down here. So this is a very funny build with Phoenixes for one.
Well,
And by the way, the attack would have happened a while ago. So I think the surprise is actually the Phoenixes. You're going to see the gateways and go, oh, okay. He needs to kill that before it gets too far in.
Yeah, he's still trying to hide.
Oh, that wasn't even close. Sorry, guys.
Okay, so you know what? He sees that. Like, he sees that, you know, there's a lot of gates and chrono boosted Twilight, so maybe he makes more roaches. And now the Phoenixes come out. The Phoenixes want you to make roaches, but the Adepts do not, right? So there's like, I think he's looking to maybe punish the roaches with these and have the Adepts kind of do everything else for him. Oh, that's hilarious.
So funny. They target the Overlord first. All right. Well, he is going to kill. You know, I guess way less than I thought he was going to kill because of that Overlord.
That Overlord wrecked.
Yeah.
Nidus on the way. Oh my.
Okay. Yeah. With the Nidus coming here. I have to say, I'm totally fascinated with what the Protoss did, but I like what Zerg's doing a lot better.
Yeah, it seems like it's going to be a good plan.
God.
That's a lot
That's
of Adepts,
a lot,
man.
dude.
Look at that line of Adepts.
Oh, man, that is a lot.
It is.
If he could maybe get up into the main. Now, the Nidus is there. I mean, he sees it, but he really can't do anything with the Nidus right now.
Now, do the Phoenixes come over to help? That's a lot of roaches.
Where are the Phoenixes? Are they still in the top left?
Yeah, they are. They actually are. All right, he like starts to shade and then actually goes back and he recalls them. Is this
the worst strategy ever?
I am confused. I am confused. I'm not exactly sure what the aim is because, like, in a way, it's like, yeah, these want you to go roaches, the other ones don't, so they kind of complement each other in that way, but also it's not like an army that scales well at all. And I don't know.
They both had such specific approaches to this. It's been like, I guess, really like a one-of-a-kind game. But Zerg's going to come in here and try to all-in this. Now, let's see if this is the right play by the Zerger, if he's going to overextend after being into a good spot.
That is a lot of queens, a lot of transfusion energy, not that many roaches right now. Tries to throw down another Knights. It's actually kind of in the way.
Yeah. Keep in mind the Cybernetics core is right in the front. If that's killed off, he can't make the attack units.
Counterattack from the Adepts while the Stalkers try to hold with a shield battery. The Phoenix is still putting in a lot of work right now. I think that the army of DRG is much, much better, though. Like, as these Ravagers finish, like Ravager Queen, you know, obviously there's counter damage being done, but I think DRG has what it takes to actually kill Hero. Look at that.
What a strange game. 11 workers have been killed off here. The Phoenixes could keep doing some damage. I guess the bigger question is, can Protoss hold at the natural? If Protoss can't hold at the natural, they just can't do anything in this game right now.
Cybernetics core is gone, by the way.
Yeah, so that means he's making StarCraft 2 Zealots without charge.
Yeah, that's a little bit rough.
Name a worse unit in the game. I think we're going to go to game 3.
Yeah, well, game 5. Even.
I'm sorry, game 5. Well, I'm like, or 6, you know? What do we call yeah, no, we're going to be going to the 5th game for sure here because Hero has lost this. And I got to say, a very peculiar strategy here.
Yeah.
He's going to come in now with those Phoenixes. This is going to be his last moment. He is warping in more Stalkers, so that Cybernetics core has been remade.
Yeah, very strange play. There's no doubt. There's no doubt. It's
never quite casted a game like this before in my life. And so I guess as the remaining Stalkers are killed off, we're going to see him tap out. GG. It's tied up 2-2. And in a game that was honestly, I don't know about you, Artosis, but pretty tough for me to cast. It was kind of hard to follow the thought process of Hero there.
Yeah.
You know, it is great to surprise them and throw them off, but it didn't seem like it was the hardest thing in the world to deal with.
Yeah.
For DRG. Okay.
It wasn't optimized Adepts, and then it wasn't like a Phoenix harass and protect while you build your economy build, which is normally what those do. So you spend a ton of money on the Phoenixes, but they're really only harassing, right?
Yeah.
There's a limited amount of damage that they can do.
I
don't know.
They didn't have like
weird.
a function when the Adepts got there. They were literally just like sitting behind the Zerg's main.
In fact, there were times where the Adepts were going to attack something, he just lifts up everything, and it's like, what?
Day to see, man. Oh, what if DRG goes for a cheese out here? Let's not forget he did want to go Knight and Swerve, right, in that last game.
That's true.
You know, we didn't talk about it much because
seems like a decent counter against that, right? Get your queens across the map because the queens are so good there.
Yeah, exactly. All right, guys, the final game here between Hero and DRG starts now on Data C.
Dragon Phoenix Gaming. Hero. Team NV. DRG.
I'll tell you, man, Hero tried to play outside of the box. I mean, he always plays outside of the box, but that was outside of his box. And it did not work out at all. And I was a little bit surprised by it just because game 2 and 3 he dominated so easily by just kind of doing what he'd already done. And it just seemed like this is such a weird, fancy thing you're doing for such an important moment.
Yeah.
Like, if DRG wins this, that's it.
Well, yeah, Hero has to try to play whatever Terran comes up.
Exactly.
And either way, like, if he wins now or he wins later, he has to play Morrow. Like, that's just the way that this works out for him, right?
And by the way, this is a faked cannon rush. So
DRG sure as hell thinks it's real.
So he wants the Zerg to overreact and pull workers, and then he cancels it.
That was a big overreact, too.
Yeah.
A lot of lost mining time there, so I think that was pretty effective from Hero.
And instead, this is a pretty ordinary expand play here. Now, the Cybernetics core is coming along. And I want to see, is it going to be Twilight again? Is it going to be Stalkers of the Blink? Is it going to be something fancy and then later on Stalkers and Blink? Because that can happen too. He basically has, this kind of core idea that works, and he has a lot of different ways he gets there. And then that last build we saw, which we have a hard time explaining.
Yeah. It does seem like his successful games are all eventually Blink Stalkers being microed heavily for a while.
Yeah.
So here comes the Stargate. I would say that this is very likely Oracle, very unlikely for that Void Ray once again.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, it's going to be a quiet start here. Got some Ling speed coming down here, but we don't have any signs of a big plume of Lings coming up. No. But that could come a little bit later on. We don't want to count it out entirely here. The third hatchery is going to be started over here near 12 o'clock.
I wonder if he'll do something like those aggressive Ling plays once again. They seemed to work for him well before. Of course, the Oracle can really mess that up, too. DRG seems to just be playing a very straightforward opener here. Oracle is on the way. More depths. Probably see him take a third very shortly here.
Yeah, I think that's quite likely here. And yeah, I mean, it seems like both sides have decided to just kind of play the standard approach that they've got here. No all-ins yet here for Zerg. There are a couple more moments where we could see that sprout up if he does kind of make a fork in his decisions here. I'd say a questionable play to send these Adepts in here, and this really did quite poorly. Not getting anything of significance at all.
Yeah, that really didn't do well. That was a
little bit
great
surprising.
Deflection. Yeah,
a little bit surprising to see that there. He did see that there's no Spore or anything yet, but he can't really get any workers. So even some extra damage on that Oracle. Again, this isn't the biggest deal in the world, but it's sometimes you lose a couple of these little fights, and it does add up over time.
I think we'll see a Twilight now. It feels similar to the other game we saw where he held the Oracles for a bit, but he is trying to get a little bit of damage. Gets a couple drones there. Not going to really get too much more here. Brings them in from the two different sides. Very clever move there. I like that.
Yeah, I like that tactic.
Couple of depths just to hold those Lings back.
Yeah, and it seems like Hero is just doing what he has done so many times before. When we really saw him show this great style of play, it was like Oracle's coming out of, one Stargate, steadily expanding, and then you just go up into that Twilight Council and just start to get the blink and start to try to control the game. And then I guess the bigger feature later on, you know, is that you're never committed to it one place. You're just looking for a fight. You do what damage you can. You run away, and you get a 4th base and wall that with gateways.
More oracles on the way. Forge as well as Twilight. +1 melee here for DRG.
And Zerg is making more workers right now, trying to kind of get back on his feet after the couple jabs that have come in here from Hero.
Well, he'd be able to drone up pretty quickly here and get his economy where he wants. So there's the +1. What's the Twilight doing? I would imagine it's going to be Blink. We'll see in just a moment here. Charge!
Okay.
You don't say.
I didn't think it was coming.
I didn't think this would be charge.
So he's going to go for a different play here. I guess he's a little bit afraid that DRG will have made the right adjustments, so he wants to instead go for another tech option in there.
Well, he's certainly being very unpredictable.
Yeah.
And charge can be fantastic. He's going to have a big economy. He has a good amount of oracles mixed in here as well, which I don't feel like they complement the Zealots quite as well as Stalkers, but that's okay. They're still going to be very useful.
One thing about this type of attack that Hero's planning is it happens very quickly. This is an attack, if it works, the game ends pretty fast. It's not one where there's sort of a back and a forth and anything like that.
Now, he does have that gateway wall at his 3rd base. We don't see a 4th yet for DRG.
Kind of funny to see him try to moving shot on that hatchery. So the Warp Prism's going to come, and basically it's going to be a huge chunked out amount of Zealots coming out over and over and over and trying to overwhelm. There's a Templar Archives finishing behind that, so maybe Archon's coming to the mix as well.
Like, is he just going to fly in and warp in a bunch of Zealots in the main or something? Brings 5 Oracles together here. Not really.
I mean, I'm sorry, where is the Oracle? Or, not Oracle. There it is. I meant Warp Prism on the map.
Has Zealots in it. Going after this 4th base. Might be able to get the cancel there.
Yeah, beautifully done. Small counterattack comes in. Now, again, the gateway placement, it looks like it'd just be another one of these builds with the Stalkers. The Lings are going to come down here, and this is going to be kind of tough, man, because Protoss has to make a decision about where he wants to warp stuff in, and he's going to see the Zealots.
And look at that, great targeting there from DRG. Takes down that shield battery, but then decides to back out. 5 Oracles still alive.
I'm sorry, where's that Warp Prism now? Oh, it's in the main. Okay, he needs to warp it again and do it fast.
Yeah.
And do it fast.
There you go. And Skates do get off that cooldown. And here come the Oracles now.
Yep. And this is a lot of damage. Meanwhile, the Zealot's going to attack down here at the bottom. The Spore is shimmied forward to try to hit. Over here, he's going to pick up whatever remains here of those Zealots and run back down. Now, he does deny the 4th base.
Yeah, another force cancel, so he's keeping him down on those 3 bases. But overall, quality-wise, Hero's army is not really growing that well.
Yeah.
He is going into Disruptors now.
And Archons here.
Yeah, okay,
well.
So that's where he's going to start gaining a little bit more value from his army, but like just having, you know, Oracles and Charge Lots, they don't scale the best, you know?
Yeah, you know, it's a very different style that he's trying to win with. It doesn't seem to have the elasticity as the same kind of elasticity as the armies that he's used to with the Stalkers, but this is more of a traditional approach where you try to kind of strong-arm them in the fights. But I'll tell you what, the fact that this 4th base keeps getting reset, I don't think Hero's going to have a hard time closing this out.
I think you're right. This looks like a very scary army. The Oracles turn on finally here, drops out the Disruptor, goes after some Queens with it. That is a huge amount of damage. The Mutas that just popped out come over and try to fight. Well, if he gets rid of the Archons, then obviously the Mutas can do well. And he gets rid of 1. He kind of is Magic Box on the other, so he will kill this off, but this is a lot of damage just still here in general.
Yeah, and the problem is Zerg just isn't going to be economically functional if it doesn't have that extra base. I don't know what these Disruptors are doing in the main here. Seems like a bad...
They're scouting, I guess.
Yeah.
So he'll clear this.
This is funny.
Well, definitely worth.
I mean, the truth is, even though the attack was held, it's really all about this base that keeps getting remade over
it's
and
like
over
4 times. It's crazy.
Yeah, and that is like a kind of straightforward way to lose the game here. Nice shot.
we'll end up losing that. There are Phoenixes being made. He added a second Stargate.
And
so.
he started Blink. So he's done the damage he probably needed to do, keeping Zerg off of a 4th base, or at least not mining the 4th base. We see it like finish and then it dies. And again, I think it's going to be a pretty easy closer here for Hero.
The one thing that I see that's decent for DRG, because I agree with you, it seems like Hero should be able to take this pretty easily. He's got more workers. He's got decent army supply. The only thing that's a little bit funny looking here is the actual army that's being made by Hero doesn't really fit together, right? It's like he's making 2 Stargate Phoenix, Blink Stalkers and Disruptors, and like his Oracles are almost all dead now, but it's just the army itself is not like the greatest attacking army. It's kind of like he's countered everything, so he's not going to die, but also if DRG plays this really well, maybe he can be okay because the army's not that big.
I think if he just gets into the Stalker play here, he might just have enough. Like Zerg just started mining from this 4th base.
Yeah.
Like he might. I mean, it might be less about unit composition and more like whatever it is. He just has more of it. But I gotta say, this game is much closer so far than I thought it was going to be.
Well, the Disruptor! Oh, he gets the Disruptor. That's a really, really big deal. The Corruptor's holding back those Phoenixes. The thing is, a lot of this supply is in the Mutas. And with Phoenix Archon, that's like very hard to engage. Like he needs the Mutas to actually help fight the actual army a bit. And I don't think that's going to be that doable here. Oh God, Disruption Ball comes up, gets a big juicy hit there.
I don't know if DRG can hang on through this, man. This is a lot to try to fight off. And Hero's being pretty patient too, of kind of moving back and waiting for some abilities to reset. And then coming in once more, and he blinks in right there. That may be the killing blow.
Yeah, lifting up quite a bit here as well. Not a lot of options left here for DRG. A little blink forward there. DRG trying to fight, but the Zealot's just dealing so much damage on top of everything. The Archon's moving forward now. And it looks like DRG is going to go to that final match, whereas Hero going up to the round of 4.
GG, man. Nicely done. Hero does take that. That was a hell of a series.
Yeah, it was wild, man. Like, it started off so aggressive. A lot of very different kind of weird strategies coming out as well.
Oh, yeah. I had fun with that, though. Hero comes out. Hero playing, frankly, a much wider range of styles than I kind of thought he was going to do or needed to do. But he makes it work.
Yeah.
Another step closer to another GSL CODES championship.
Well, it's going to be a tough one because he has to play Maru in the round of 4, right?
Yeah.
That's the toughest match that you can really get. DRG, he's not out yet. He's still going to have another shot to get up into that round of 4 as well.
So we're going to be going to an interview now with Hero. Again, he's just one step closer to taking this tournament for the 2nd time this year. He is, of course, our Season 2 CODES champion.
Wow, what a neck-and-neck match that was, but in the end, it is Hero defeating DRG, and he moves on to the round of 4. Congratulations! Thank you. So as the last Protoss standing, Hero, the final Protoss player, you have managed to move on to the round of 4. How do you feel? Well, first of all, I mean, I made good preparation, I think, and my PvZ has been going really well these days, so I was pretty confident going to the series. But I think DRG actually made a better preparation than me. So as I was playing, you know, I thought I was screwed up. I think I screwed a match. But then I try to kind of like suit my playstyle. I try to like adapt my playstyle into DRG's, and then things started working well for me in the later games. Okay, so adapting and improvising according to DRG's playstyle, Hero. So Hero, I heard that you concentrated entirely on the PvZ match. And that shows your resolution not to go to the final match, Hero. Is that so? When in practice, as I was preparing the builds, I was scrimming with Ragnarok. He was helping me so much. He was so eager to help me, and I was thinking of all these various builds. And then, you know, I was not trying to get the best of both worlds. I was only focusing on PvZ, and then I'm really happy that I did. I mean, there were so many units you utilized today. The Phoenix, the Oracle, the DTs, and every game had every different builds. And it seemed like you had a hard time against DRG today in general. I mean, like I said before, if I play to standard, it's really hard for the pros player to win. So I really try my best to play unorthodox and kind of like twist my playstyle. So in the round of 4, I'm going to try to prepare better and then try to show better builds. Well, here that means that you're going to continue to try your best in every match. And in the round of 4, you will be going up against last season's runner-up Maru. And it's really pressuring, it's really nervous to meet him, to face him in the finals, but you're going to be going up against him in the semifinals. So how do you feel about that? So he's definitely a very intimidating opponent to play against in the round of 4. So, you know, playing against him in the finals, best of 7, it's better to play against him, best of 5. In the round of 4. So I think it's really going to be fun to play against Ragnarok in the finals as well. So I hope he moves on to the finals. So you're saying that playing against Maru in a best of 5 is better than playing against him in a best of 7. Okay. So ahead of your match against Maru, I'm really looking forward to the builds that you're going to be showing on stage. So there are so many fans here at the venue who are rooting for you. So any words to them? Well, first of all, I'm always grateful to the fans for rooting for me. And here there are so many fans here today. And despite the bad weather, I'm really happy that they're here to cheer for me. I'll try to deliver better performance in the future. And it's my wedding anniversary, 1-year wedding anniversary. Is it today, Hero? Yes, it is. 3rd of October. Congratulations, Hero. Wedding anniversary. Then, Hero, any message to your wife who's here right now? First of all, I don't know if I should say fortunate or unfortunate, but I got a match today, and then my wife said she wanted a GSL win as a wedding anniversary present. So I really clenched my teeth today. I really bit the bullet. I tried really hard today to give her the present she wants. So I love you. I love you. And that was Hero having its 1-year winning anniversary today. And once again, congratulations on your round of 4 advancement. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Excellent work as always. Well, that's one of our best of 5s, but there's 2 more to go here in the round of 6.
That's right. Congrats to Hero, by the way. Yeah. Well, you're married.
Yeah, hell yeah. Guys, up next, TVT, GuMiho versus Cure. We will be right back.
Strong faith, close family, choosing love in the midst of tragedy. When I met you, something changed in me. I'm better with you than I'll ever be. 'Cause when you walk into a room, life gets a little sweeter. When I look at you, I see a little clearer. Through the years it never changed. We'll put up a fight, 'cause you're my love, my everything.
minute. 상큼함 맥스, 칼로리 X, 맛있는 탐스 제로. 요즘 제일 탐나는 제로, 탐스 제로. 같이 떠나볼래? 아침은 라떼, 홀릭 점심은 라떼, 홀릭 저녁은 라떼, 홀릭 둥글하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀릭. 달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타 라떼 홀릭.
질성사이다 제로. 그래 걱정 빼고 고민 빼고 망설임 빼고 This is zero life. 없어도 되는 건 빼고 살자. 질성사이다 제로.
I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I've been coming up hot for a minute. 상큼함 맥스, 칼로리 X, 맛있는 탐스 제로. 요즘 제일 탐나는 제로, 탐스 제로. 같이 떠나볼래? 아침은 라떼, 홀릭 점심은 라떼, 홀릭 저녁은 라떼, 홀릭 둥글하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀릭. 달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타 라떼 홀릭.
질성사이다 제로. 그래 걱정 빼고 고민 빼고 망설임 빼고 This is zero life. 없어도 되는 건 빼고 살자. 질성사이다 제로.
Today's matchup. Hero. DRG. GuMiho. Cure. GSL Season 3, Round of 6. 2022 Hot 6 GSL Season 3.
Welcome back, everybody. We're going on into our second best of 5 of the evening, and I'm actually very interested in seeing how this one's going to pan out. It's going to be GuMiho versus Cure. Now, both these guys really, I think, actually able to hang with Maru nowadays as far as impressive plays and kind of finding their own way and looking like a real threat. Again, I still think Maru definitely top 2 biggest threats in the tournament, but GuMiho's brought out that eccentric and very different style and made it work. And, Cure really seems to be so on top of it right now.
Yeah.
I mean, he's playing so well. He looks very intimidating. He's definitely got his own kind of approach to the game.
Yeah, he's been playing very aggressively in this tournament, in his TBTs as well. Like, very, very aggressive pushing. When they played, wasn't it 1-2? Like, GuMiho went 1-2 against Cure, if I'm recalling correctly. He did like that proxy battle cruiser play. Remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah, on Data C.
Double battle cruiser, right?
He made more than one. Yeah, but it was one starport.
Oh, no, you're right. And then somebody else did.
And then he did double starport BC.
That's right.
And then Maru copied him.
That's right. Then Maru plagiarized.
Yeah, he did.
So, who do you think is going to take this?
Honestly, I think Cure is going to take it. I would love to see GuMiho advance just because I really want to see his Terran versus Zerg more. He had some really cool ideas in that, so I'd love to see him versus DRG here tonight. I think that would be really fun. Yeah, well, actually, no, these two didn't play. I'm sorry, they were in different groups. I'm like misremembering. It must have been him versus Bunny. That's what it was. It was GuMiho versus Bunny. That I'm thinking about the battle cruiser play. But anyways, let's see. I'm not sure what GuMiho is going to show us.
Yeah, he's going to come up with something different, no doubt. I think if this is one-sided, it's going to be a Cure win. Otherwise, I think it goes either way. Probably Game 5, either GuMiho or Cure takes it.
Yeah, I pretty much agree with you on that. If it's one-sided, it's Cure.
We're going to the map waterfall for this best of 5. GuMiho versus Cure starts now.
Storm Gaming, GuMiho. Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Cure.
All right. So GuMiho with the gas first. Not too big of a surprise here.
Yeah, Cure right now. Oh, actually getting the gas.
They're both going double gas.
Both going double gas.
Cool.
Okay. Thought we were going to have a deviation. So right now, the same build order directions here.
Excellent. The hot sixes are real.
That's right.
All of you down there, while you're here, get yourself some hot six.
Absolutely.
Gotta try
Do
it.
they have some at the front desk? Were they giving it away? I probably should have said that.
Sometimes they do.
Sometimes they do.
But I'm not.
I'm
I
going
don't
to
know
say
about
that
right
they're
now.
going to go to the front desk. There's going to be some very stressed out person there. Like, we don't know what he's talking about. Cheers for rooting for Cure 3-0. It could happen. I think it could. I think we got to see what crazy stuff GuMiho's going to do. I think he's predictably unpredictable.
Ooh.
From Detroit, USA.
Go
One of the better
GuMiho.
airports to go out of, actually.
Can't recall it actually. I've been through it, but it doesn't come to mind.
Yeah, welcome. Again, people coming out from all over. So happy to have you guys down here. So happy to see you in the studio.
Yeah,
And
a lot of foreigners here today. Like there
Yeah.
has been each time, but like really a lot now.
Yeah. And I was here for the first time as a spectator in the audience for at least part of the show when I brought my dad down. And I got to try the headsets on and stuff.
Yeah, how was that?
They work pretty well.
Yeah, they do.
I think I had heard years back that we had kind of older technology or whatever that they were using for it, like walkie-talkie stuff, and it was kind of
walkie-talkies.
No, it was something on par with that. This is like way pre-pandemic, but what they're using now is pretty good. I could hear what you and State were saying pretty clearly.
Oh, okay. Well, not that it's that important. We don't really add that much.
You're not going to learn anything else from this, but yeah.
All right, so right now, Cure is getting that command center, so is GuMiho.
And so, we're waiting to see the major deviation here in the two build orders.
Yeah, the starport for GuMiho as well as the tech lab on the factory, I think, are the two big things that we're looking at right now. And he goes ahead and goes into Cyclone immediately. So Cure has like a slightly more mobile army, as you can see, like more Reapers plus the Hellion. But as that Cyclone comes out, it's going to be pretty solid. GuMiho is.
Okay, Cure is coming in here now. By the way, Cyclone, kind of the iconic GuMiho unit.
Yeah, I would say.
This is quite a bit, though, to come in here.
It is.
Let's see if this can get a little bit snowbally. He comes in and guns down both Reapers and the Marines. And will they get the Hellion as well? He backs up, respecting the Cyclone, gets that anyways.
Yeah, that was actually a really good snipe onto the Hellion. I think that was really important. And now he basically clears everything with the Cyclone.
I was a little bit confused why he actually committed onto that Cyclone for a second there. I thought it might have been better to back up and try to find another opportunity.
Yeah.
That was odd. When I saw that happening, I thought maybe I don't understand Reaper versus Cyclone. I don't cast it that often.
Occasionally, like if you have some high health ones, like you can bounce it and like get those extra shots and everything, but I think too much damage had already been dealt there. And so GuMiho, looking at that overall, I think that GuMiho came out a little bit ahead.
Yeah, I think he's happy with that. I think the units that he lost were more expendable. And we have more Reapers that have been made here.
Yeah.
Which I actually hadn't noticed on the production tab until I saw them move out over here.
People are really loving those Reapers early game TBT right now.
To be honest, I'm still not used to seeing it. I'm kind of used to dismissing that those units would even be, used in here. But he's going to come up here now, and, once more, he can start to do a real bit of damage here. Now, he needs to watch the Cyclone, make sure that medevac does not get picked off, and it is going to get just out of range. He's killing a lot of workers here.
Yeah, he gets a decent amount with 8.
So many kills. That's 8 workers down.
Okay.
The medevac lives and is going to be sent back to be repaired and then used again. But is there a possible counterattack here from GuMiho? Well, it seems like there is.
That's what I'm thinking about right now, right? Like he is 2 Cyclones against 1. He has a tank. He's about to have a Raven to equalize that other Raven, right? Or no, I'm sorry. Yeah, he's the one already with the Raven. It's Cure that's about to pop one out. But GuMiho might be able to find something here. It's a good play. I like where Kier was standing. Very nice location. But he's got to be careful here. Oh my gosh. What am I looking at?
Yeah, what is the setup
This is like
here?
I like him trying to come in from an angle. Like, that's a cool idea.
Well, the thing is, the Cyclone can shoot so far. If you get it from a weird angle, they might actually not get what's going on for a second.
Well, if you don't insta move in the right direction, you're done.
Okay. I'm kind of impressed that GuMiho's going to try to inch in.
He might just use a disable here.
I think it'd probably be worth it. You could just disable and use whatever you've got to kill it. Get a really good foothold here.
GuMiho is down 11 workers, so I feel like he does need to do something.
Yeah, the second tank is going to come down. That's going to make it a lot easier to try to hold this position.
Is GuMiho... Okay, so GuMiho right now, he's going for 2 Vikings.
Yep.
He may just try a containment here. Like with double Raven... Ooh, I like the idea there, sacrificing a Marine for that. But I could see him maybe like just trying to contain the ramp right here, right? Like he's going to have air control for sure with these Vikings coming down,
but
plus the 2 Cyclones.
A contain doesn't really mean anything if you're not ahead in a base after a little bit, right? I mean, we need to see that extra command center start. I almost feel like he's trying to set up some kind of moment to come in here. Here come the auto turrets. He's going to put these right down here. Counter auto turrets are placed.
Oh, I don't think this is working out. I think Kier's going to be totally fine. Let's see, though. Yeah, I think Kier is just completely good here. Lands his Vikings, clears everything.
It's kind of funny. It was like the end of Reservoir Dogs there. But the thing is, one side had the SCVs to back it.
Did Mr. Red end up living at the end of that? I can't recall.
I can't remember. Yeah, I don't know.
Got to rewatch that one.
No, they killed each other's stuff up, but it doesn't really mean anything if one guy has all the, you know, what it was like a 9-worker lead then.
Yeah, yeah, and it's still a pretty significant lead.
Dude, and a command center landing.
Oh boy. Yeah, GuMiho's position is not looking super hot. He's actually adding a second starport. Okay, now I'm really scratching my head, Tasteless, and there's a second factory. So he's definitely going into some sort of mech play. Like, it looks like it's going to be like Siege Tank Viking or something, which is good because it scales really, really well. But the fact that he does not have a 3rd command center makes me feel like there is no chance here. Like, command centers are important because that's how you mine from bases.
You don't say.
Yeah.
Someone write that down.
Like, I mean, you can get pretty damn cost efficient with Viking Tank, which is what it really looks like he is focusing on right now. But
it feels like this is so after the fact.
Yes.
Like what he's doing now, it's like it already didn't work. He's like, well, let me try something that's, I'm even more behind now. I think this set could end up being a pretty one-sided game from here on out. I mean, normally what happens is one guy's behind and he goes, okay, I'm going to try to expand. Oh, this is a good catch, though.
Yeah, that is a nice catch. Wow, he gets it. Very good. But right now, GuMiho's getting 2 medevacs. Now that, I have no idea what that's for.
Yeah.
I really don't.
He's going to land the Vikings and pick them up with him.
Like, is it to pick up the tanks? Like, I don't even... I am actually really confused about the 2 medevacs.
Well, I don't know if we're going to be this game for much longer, to be honest.
Yeah,
I mean, now that his tank's gone down, it's hard to emphasize how behind he is now, really. And even getting these shots kind of swiping at the Vikings. Again, a functional 3rd base with gases being mined from. Now, he's going to pull away and try to drop in. And, you know, maybe Kier's being a little bit too nebbish on the map, and there might be some kind of a positional opening here where he just comes in and hits.
A little bit too nebbish?
Too nebbish,
what is
man.
nebbish?
It's like a little bit too unassertive. With too.
Oh.
Yeah.
A little bit too nebbish.
Nebbish, yeah. It's a good word. Thank you. Keep bringing it, man. No problem.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
I think you probably made it up, but I like it.
It's it's a good word. Huh. I'm like, put a very nebbish counterattack over from him. Like, no, another drop comes in here. This backfires pretty horribly. Oh my God, and he overextends. That's it, GG.
I wish he had been nebbish there.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah,
someone say I'm nebified. Am I right?
Yeah. Look, okay. GuMiho, like the drop that, like he held the first attack from Kier, and then Kier remade Reapers, went back in, got like 8-9 SCVs. And GuMiho tried to move with a counter, couldn't quite do it, and then like he pushed and it failed pretty spectacularly. And after that fail, like he kind of just went into more Vikings and more tanks, and that just, I have no idea what that was about. Like, I guess he knew he was behind and he needed to do something very out there, but it didn't feel like it ever had a chance.
It didn't quite feel like a pro game from GuMiho. I'm not trying to knock on him, but some odd decision making.
The theory behind it's pretty weak.
Well, you're behind, and then you want to try to counterattack, and there is some sense to the counterattack because they're giving up all these Hellions and Reapers, but he was a little bit too slow. Didn't quite get in there and do the damage. And then when Cure shut that down, he has the worker lead. And then GuMiho goes back and is like, I'm going to make even more factories. While Cure already has the third base. We don't always cast games that are like that, but really that was a game that was over a while ago. It was over after that second base attack, the counterattack from GuMiho that failed.
Yes,
Cure shut it down.
That certainly.
Yeah.
And very weird choice what he did next, because it doesn't feel like that literally could have beaten anything. Like,
no.
Like, you can name the thing you want Cure to do. It just has to be a thing that people have done before, and I think it's going to beat what GuMiho was doing.
Well, Cure just developed normally. I think the right way to play from behind is to try to expand and then play defense. So that's a little bit alarming. Also, it seems like one of the players requested a timeout.
Yeah.
And I think it was Cure, so kind of a funny player to kind of call for a few minutes break here, but we do allow for it. We will allow
Maybe he
GuMiho
just had to
use
go to the
one.
bathroom.
Yeah,
like, it
totally
actually
possible.
could just be that.
But I'm a little worried for GuMiho now. I do feel like Cure made that look easier than I expected. It was interesting to see GuMiho's overconfidence in the counterattack. Maybe he should have tried to go in there and kill that first tank. Gun that down.
Yeah, I guess this is really the problem with the Ravens, right? Is like, you both have two Ravens. You kind of can't kill each other because whatever you do, he can do too, right?
Yeah, he just matches it. Like, GuMiho threw his turrets down, and then obviously Kira throws his turrets down. And, look, they trade each other's armies out, but you don't really care about that. If you have, like, a 20%, 15% worker lead, and you both get in a fight and all your stuff dies, the guy with the worker lead's ahead.
Yes.
Yeah.
No doubt about that.
We're not splitting atoms here.
No. Yeah, so anyways, not the greatest game from GuMiho. But, I think he can bring it together a bit better. Like, his first defense was good. The second defense was a little bit off. And then the attack was bad and the follow-up was bad. So, but he was already, like you said, he was already kind of dead after the failed counterattack.
Yeah.
He was in such a bad spot. It just didn't, He's so teched out with nothing else going on.
We're going to go into game 2 now. On the map, Moondance, GuMiho versus Cure. Continuing on right now, Cure with a 1-0 lead.
I can do this all day. Believe me when you hear me say, I can do this all day.
Psystorm Gaming, GuMiho.
And I'm hoping he has a better showing this time around. I don't want this to be a blowout.
No, I don't think anyone does except for Cure.
Dragon
And that
Phoenix
guy in the
Gaming,
audience,
Cure.
Cure 307.
That's right. He's like, yes.
I don't want this to be close at all.
Kill him. So, yeah, we did have the Reaper Hellion push that came in there, and I feel like maybe I should have caught on to this earlier. This has been happening this season. I thought it was an exceptional game, but it seems like it's actually more the norm. People seem to like the idea of comboing Hellions and Reapers, and doing that for another minute or two longer than what we've casted in the past.
Yeah.
And trying to come in and kind of force something. That tells me that maybe the other Terran players, look, he wore the right shirt to the studio.
All right, excellent.
Well dressed. Mom and Dad, number one Cure fan.
You have to fight that other Cure fan.
That's right. Who is really the number one, though? Now, I forgot what I was saying.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, just that. So that tells me if we saw the Reaper Hellion stuff happen more and more, maybe that in the meta right now, there's a lot of Terrans trying to cut corners. And so
Sure.
it's rewarding players to kind of come in there and keep them honest.
Well, for quite a while, like a smaller amount of Reaper Hellion was very common as an opener in TVT for years, but it was a smaller amount. So I think like people have just gotten better in general with the timings and like controlling them. So it's like, well, I mean, if you have like a little bit more Reaper Hellion than your opponent, obviously that's good, you know. And so maybe that lends itself into those attacks and the growth of this strategy over time. But definitely Cure right now, you know, going 2 Reapers at a time. He did throw down the second Rax. He's getting a factory, although slower than GuMiho's. I'm not sure exactly how much damage he's going to be able to get done, because a second Reaper coming out, and then he's going to have his factory.
So the Reapers are going to come out now. Now, I don't think that we're going to have another game that looks like what happened in that that first game. That honestly, the last game we had probably going to be the worst game of the night and for most of the season, to be honest. Whoa, whoa, whoa!
That's pretty big that he did that much damage right there. So this is a little bit painful. He's going to stand underneath that.
Oh,
maybe?
He should have blocked it. He should have blocked that factory.
Huge mistake.
Yes.
But no, it takes a long time for a Cyclone to build anyways, so he's going to be able to get good damage.
God.
Oh man.
What is happening here?
Well, here's the thing. We talked about it a little bit at the beginning of the night. Like, GuMiho's getting really good again, but he's not.
It's like that last fight was like the last moments of Reservoir Dogs, but this one's like the start of Pulp Fiction, Artosis.
Just cast everything in movies.
That's right.
But yeah, like GuMiho, he's very good and he's getting very good again, but he really is the weakest, I would say.
Yeah.
Out of the top 6, and you're kind of watching Cure just. You know, Cure has a recent GSL championship. GuMiho's is like 6 years old or something, right? So
yeah,
it's really quite different eras. And Cure is playing some very modern stuff against GuMiho's kind of own style. And I feel like he's just kind of out-controlling him and keeping that pressure on, just like we've seen from him lately. All right, good pick off there with the Cyclone. Gets another. All right. You know, you give GuMiho a Cyclone, and he's going to get some stuff done, but he is down 6 workers at the moment, which is a bit painful, right? Like, he started his command center quite a bit earlier, and actually Cures is going to finish first. So that's... When stuff like that happens, like you're opening kind of aggro, and you delay their command center so much that yours finishes first, that's a pretty big advantage, I would say.
Yeah, this is... Again, you know, we're still a ways out from the game ending, but it's just a lot of things are looking extremely strong for Cure. Cure also going to come in here now. Seems like the main may be vacant. You know, there's not even SCVs mining here yet. Oh my God, he kills 3 more.
Positionally, he's just kind of in a bad spot, and now the Hellion's going to run into the natural, right? Like, he's been trying to set this up. A couple Marines are there, so he's not going to lose more SCVs at least. Now, there's a Cyclone over here, though. So he's going to get like 2 SCVs maybe, and then the Cyclone should chase him out. Not even 2. A little bit rough. And now we're getting into Siege Tank plus Raven production. So even though GuMiho has some like nice high-quality units right now that Cure doesn't have, like he has 3 Cyclones against 1, he has a Banshee against no Banshee. You know, the combination of defensive stance plus Raven plus tank is it's a hard one to break with these small amounts of units early on.
Let's see what GuMiho can find here with the Banshee coming up. And he needs some wins right now. It is Cure with kind of like last game. He had a 9-worker lead. Now, if we can ever get a shot of the bottom right, we'll see how when they go down there. But there's a base all the way in the bottom right that you could take. And one feature of this map is you get a free base way in the back. It seems like normally players don't really expand there early on. They want to take that much later in the game, but I think GuMiho's already gotten behind enough. It's like he's going to take that, you know,
I like this
get out of jail free card there to try to recover. Now, that doesn't mean that Cure can't take his own base, but, you know, if this is a map where all the bases were out in front of the Terran player, it's a lot harder to do something like that, unless you're trying to hide a base.
For sure. One thing I have to say, I really want to see GuMiho go mech, and it's not just because I like mech, but more because I don't think there's a real possibility of him outplaying Cure's bio tank. Like, if he goes Marine tank against Cure's bio tank, especially with the openers that we've seen, it seems unlikely to me that GuMiho is going to be able to pick up a victory there. Whereas he's taking this very quick third. He's already got some very good tech units. He hasn't invested into engineering bays or stim or anything. I would really like to see him go for some mech-heavy play and maybe just absorb enough Cure attacks to get into a good spot. There's a factory. There's a starport. So this is similar to the last game, but he's got a third command center already on the way. So now I like it.
Yeah, now,
instead of dislike it, I like it.
This is a much better approach. Again, the last game, I think there was a lot of bad theory at play, but I think now that we're going into this one, it seems like GuMiho, obviously he's a good player. He's able to kind of look at what went wrong and say, all right. I'll make the right adjustments this time around. We could have another drop in here. Keep in mind, some of these SCVs are damaged, so they can be killed even quicker.
And GuMiho is in a good position. If he tries to fly in, he's going to have to turn around. The rest of the army of Cure is going to start to move out. He is way up in army supply right now. But I think if GuMiho has everything placed smartly, I think he can be okay. Well, although, to be honest, he's making a lot of Vikings right now, which are not going to be as strong yet.
Yeah, now, there's no third yet, but he is going to generate this threat over here at the front. And look at this, he can just kill this right away. Now, is this going to draw some of the Cyclones away? Because then there's going to be an opening to drop in here.
It might. Okay, nice. Loses 2 of his tanks very, very quickly, but Cyclone's he does leave those there. Okay, let's see if Cure messes this up. GuMiho's going to get some sick value. Okay, he snaps 1 very quickly. And in fact, he's going to get both the medevacs. So this double drop really doesn't do anything. This does a lot to equalize supply. A lot.
I think the Cure is, he's not in trouble, but he doesn't have that lead anymore. I think he might have been a little bit too confident after the way the last game went.
I like GuMiho's position now. Like this is a tough thing to play, in my opinion, right? Like he's playing mass Viking very, very early on in tanks. Okay, so there's still a lot of work left to do, but he's smashing these attacks. Cure needs to stop already. Cure has dropped in army supply. He was up 20 army supply, and now he's down 15. That is a huge swing.
Yeah, it seems like Cure basically overextended. Is this going to seesaw back over to GuMiho in his favor? It looks like GuMiho wants to try to take advantage of the moment. He's on the move here as well. A scan will confirm for Cure that there is movement on the map.
He doesn't have the critical mass to attack. He needs to play a defensive game. He has to play it. He can't attack GuMiho. Like, a bunch of stimmed Marines, I think, like, if you catch GuMiho and he's not perfectly in position, then GuMiho's army will explode because it's, like, mostly Vikings. Okay, he's starting a 4th base. He's being, like, pretty aggressive, right? Like, he's not being nebbish here with this little push.
Nice, dude.
You got it, dude. Oh, man.
By the way...
Words are power tasteless.
It is. Well, I like GuMiho's position now. I really do, especially if he gets this medevac. Oh. Yeah, it looked like that missile like pushed that away really quickly.
But look, GuMiho's going to have 4 bases set up. Like, he's got a ridiculous Viking lead. He's actually making so many Vikings, I'm mildly confused about it.
Yeah, what is the deal with this many Vikings? I don't understand what they're supposed to be addressing.
Well, the thing is, Vikings actually do scale marvelously in this matchup. You can always, like, Vikings are always good, right? So, in a way, I like it, but he's giving himself no real ground force. I feel like Cure still has a slight chance of maybe getting some damage done somewhere. But GuMiho, you know what? He's on like 70 workers, the 4 base. Yeah, Cure has 4 base, but the mech army here is going to be very strong.
Fight, yeah. Yeah, this is a much more overall interesting game between these two.
We're getting into turret time, Tasteless. So mech upgrades have started, 5 turrets on the way. He's got like 14 to 18 Vikings. Now we just got to see GuMiho explode on factories, I think.
Yeah. He's continuing to roam here. And, oh, I'm sorry. I thought that block at the bottom left in the red was a command center for a little bit when it was over the base.
Oh.
So he's basically trying to cover each side and make sure that there's no other bases that can be taken easily. And he's just going to go for this. I don't actually know what's over here.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to really get much done with this, honestly. Like, he's killing a couple tanks. But I don't think that this planetary is actually in danger.
No, but I guess he's denying the gas, which actually that does add up over time. He can get the sensor tower. I mean, this is all pretty good.
Yeah, I agree. It's good for here, but it's not. Like, GuMiho's not in trouble. He's okay. Drops down some auto turrets.
But meanwhile, another attack over here. Man, you know, Cure really, he just seems to understand where to find that opening and kind of make it happen. The Vikings are going to come down, but again, Vikings are not really that good against a bunch of Marines on the ground. The Marines are basically better units. He's going to pick it up. Whoa.
Yeah,
so
like, he doesn't need a cloud of Vikings this big. All you need for Vikings really is more than your opponent. And he's got like 1,000,000 times more than his opponent. So, like, I feel like he could have a slightly better ground army here.
Dude, look at this. He's just going to run back here now. Oh.
And look, he just doesn't have that many units on the ground. He's fighting with SCVs against Stim Marines with 2-2.
The problem is that GuMiho is actually absorbing a lot of damage. I did not think it was possible for Cure to get into a position like this, but he just knew how to kind of outmaneuver him.
Yeah, GuMiho's not dead. 2-2 gets started, producing 3 tanks at a time. GuMiho can rebuild this all.
GuMiho almost looks in shock by what's happening in this game. So, I mean, he is going to be able to reclaim this. The problem is that back at home for Cure, there's going to be another army being mustered here. You know,
that's a lot of tanks.
A lot, man.
I think he needs to spread his tanks a little bit better, throw down some sensor towers. Like, I mean, if you're going to play this type of game where you're just making tanks and Vikings, get your sensor towers down. Like, why am I watching Cure pick off tanks left and right when there's like there's 12 tanks right now? You can spread those a little bit better, I think, you know? No sensor tower. He has no idea that this drop is coming in right now. That's a huge drop. That's going to be a pain to clear. It's going to get the armories,
drop
dude.
over
oh,
here.
my God.
Dude, this is insane. I actually think this game's almost over. GuMiho's going to go for another counterattack.
I don't think the base trade is the right move.
Well, it's just hard to imagine just tanks winning a base trade, right?
It'll get whittled down eventually.
Infantry is better if they can run away from the tanks when they're going to lose fights. That's what we have here. He's going to back down.
Yeah, look at this. Cure, I think Cure is... Like, GuMiho's bringing some cool ideas, and I want to see them work, but I think that Cure is just showing fundamentally much better play.
I think Cure has a much more modern play, and like GuMiho's good at what he's trying to do, but it doesn't really matter because Cure is one of the greatest Terrans in the world, and he's going to play proper and win.
Yeah.
And, you know, GuMiho is definitely, you know, a champion from an era that, you know, he was able to kind of reinvent Terran, but it doesn't seem like it's happening here in this game.
It's like he went too heavy on the Vikings too quickly.
Yeah.
If he had focused a little bit, like, he could have done the same, like, what the Vikings have done. He only needed like 6 for it, and he made this game
12.
like, I think so far this game he's made like 25 Vikings.
GG. Oh, GuMiho looking very stressed out here, having a rough run here, man. I feel like a 3-0 is probably where the series is going.
Yeah, it does look that way at this point.
I'd say a pretty bad game 1, honestly, from GuMiho. And then game 2, it's like, you know, we've seen that style used in the past, okay? But it just feels like the way that players like Cure play now, where they're very active, they know, depending on whatever the unit sets are on each side, and you can have a lot of different types of units together, a lot of different combinations of TVT. Cure just kind of knows how to deal with it, and you're kind of seeing why people play more like Cure now and a lot less like GuMiho in this best of 5.
Well, Cure just kind of outdid him. GuMiho was not quite positionally there, didn't quite have the right mech army.
Right.
Lots of Vikings, not a lot of sensor towers, didn't see the attack coming into his natural, and from there it just became very, very hard. It's too bad because I think his actual opener was good this game. Yeah,
but it's where he brought the game from there, where it's like, okay, you gave yourself the opportunity and then you took it back away from yourself by trying to go for that many Vikings. Data C, guys, let's hope this is the last map, because if it is, it means the Cure 3-0'd GuMiho. Let's go.
I can do this all day. Believe me when you hear me say I can do this all day.
Storm Gaming, GuMiho.
Oh, Artosis.
All right. All right.
I get it.
Didn't he proxy on this map last time? Or was it just the starport? I'm trying to remember.
I'm not sure.
All right, well, forward barracks.
Like, any more hard questions for me? Name all the countries in Europe right now. I'm like, Ro.6, just don't put me on the spot here. I'm not sure.
Tasteless. Don't you recall which year it was that GuMiho won his GSL title?
I'm like, I gotta go, guys. I gotta go. I can't hear you. My headset's broken. No, I mean, this is...
I'll give you an easy one. What's Nest's middle name?
GuMiho support in the audience. He needs it now more than ever. Oh.
He won't see it.
He doesn't see it.
Oh, goes right by.
What a blind spot there. So, the thing, though, is setting an SCV out like this, you're going to see that there's no barracks in the main.
True. And they're both making Reapers, so this Reaper is not really going to get anything done, I think.
Yeah, the rush is not that good.
No. They're both getting their factories now. This SCV gonna get out of there. He might just go for the proxy starport again, right? Like he went proxy Banshee into Battlecruiser from.
Well, I think he's going to have to try to make something work here. If you can't get anything done with the first Reaper, it's pretty bad, man. And you know, all that here has to do is match what GuMiho is going to go for.
Yeah. Like seeing the factory timing and stuff, I think he has a very good idea of what's going on. So I'm not really worried about Kier's position here, but I do wonder what GuMiho's next phase of this proxy barracks is. So Reaper comes home to kill off the SCV, which I'm totally fine with. And they both go command center. Okay. Well, okay, we're just in a position now, like the only real difference we have here is the fact that the barracks is out on the map, right? So like he can still make Reapers out of it, and in fact he is, but it'll take a while for their racks to get home to do things like build reactors, tech labs, things like that, right? So that's like, you know, a little disadvantage in that way, I would say.
So the Reapers can come up here and maybe try to do some damage. But, you know, I kind of thought it was going to be the other way around, that we're going to see GuMiho do this to Kier, but he's going to have to back up. He isn't able to try to stalk the Reaper in a way where he could just do damage, moving shot it, and kill it.
Quite. Cyclones on both sides. Wait, GuMiho's making a second factory as opposed to a starport. Well, that's okay. That's something new.
Well, it's a very GuMiho-esque move. The problem is it seems like GuMiho ideas aren't working so far in the series. He's always trying to play an alternative style. But yeah, I mean, let's see what happens.
There's no such thing as failure, Tasteless. There's just another way that didn't work.
Yeah. Well, in the GSL format, there is a way to fail, unfortunately. But I'm like, you're right, Ro.6. That's why every player gets a championship trophy when we're done, because this really doesn't matter. Yeah.
Even I have one of those championship
That's right, yeah.
trophies.
We all get one. Everybody. Camera guy gets one.
Oh man!
Well,
losing
he's
his cyclone.
upgrading. Yeah, he's trying to power up with cyclones, but he lost one.
Well, that did draw everything to the side, outside, and his Reapers did a little bit. But yeah, to lose a cyclone when you're like literally upgrading cyclones right now is a little bit painful.
Not a good sign.
Gonna lose that barracks, unfortunately, as well. Magfield about halfway done.
But I think that Kier's pretty well positioned now. And Magfield's going to take a little bit to get here. On the other hand, Kier, again, very standard development. Getting a tank.
Okay.
Medevac going to be coming out. Now, it may be unwise, you know, when you have a bunch of cyclones in the opponent's base to come out and do this. He doesn't know what's coming yet, but
he killed one, so he's probably like, okay, you might have one, you might have
it's
two.
Actually a good point, Ro.6. He killed one and thought, well, probably he won't have cyclones now.
Yeah,
but
GuMiho's
he's
been
going to see
making
this
multiples,
now.
but certainly not off multiple factories.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Great job. Gets one. Can he lock onto another one? Tank over here drives him back, but the medevac is going to unload, and the cyclones are pretty far away from home.
Okay, he does have other ones popping out. Magfield almost done, not quite there. Nice SCV block there to keep that cyclone going. Okay, now we do have the upgrade.
Dude, he needs to ride back
cyclones,
home.
Man, this is legit.
Yeah.
Look at this. Like, this is 5 Magfield Cyclones, plus he's about to have a Liberator, which is kind of a funny unit to put with that.
Again, alternative comps here from GuMiho.
Yeah, like, you don't really see these things this early. It's like, okay, 5 Cyclones with 6 now with upgrades. Where is that Liberator?
Okay, so I want to see if he can actually get some stuff done here as this comes up. Tank's a little bit tricky to deal with if you keep them at that range, you know. He uses the Reaper to try to bait out a shot. Meanwhile, it's going to be an auto turret harass down here. Oh, gets that Raven. Nicely done.
Excellent kill, yeah. The auto turret, though, actually does some pretty darn good damage. 3 SCVs.
SCV count, though, overall pretty even, 42 to 44. Liberator going to come around now. And he's going to try to combo this, or I guess just harass in here. I'm not sure what exactly the plan is. I feel like I've never really talked about Cyclone Liberator being used together.
Well, because we haven't really seen it.
Yeah.
Okay, Siege is up, and he'll deny some mining with it. Kind of funny to see Cloaked Banshees being made here from here. Because obviously the Cyclones, if they get the scan and the lock-on, that Banshee is going to evaporate. Have you ever thrown a cup of water into a volcano, Tasteless?
Oh, yeah, no, and
I do that all the time. Yeah. It's like crazy. That's what's going to happen to the Banshee if the Cyclones get it.
Now, honestly, I'm kind of fascinated by what GuMiho's doing here, and it seems like it's sort of working. That being said, I don't feel like Cure's been punished. So maybe when I say sort of working, it's almost like I'm kind of, ooh. Oh, hold on. Now, here's that Banshee. Watch. There's the cup of water in the volcano.
Oh, just steam.
He's going to kill off a couple SCVs up here.
Yeah, this is annoying. He doesn't have anything at home right now. He's roaming with his entire army. Now, so the Banshee's getting pretty serious damage.
There's actually more tanks in the game right now for GuMiho than for Cure. Oh, I don't know about this.
Well, he busts a little bit. The Banshee's still doing some work. Oh, you've got to micro these. Okay, yeah, the Cyclone. Once again, another cup of water in the volcano. How many do you need to stop a volcano? I don't think it can be done.
By the way, Stim is so far out. I thought Stim would have been done already from Cure. I thought this was upgraded a while ago.
Yeah, he kind of powered up heavily with tanks, didn't he?
3 base super fast here.
Okay, look at this. I mean, he's pushing this back. Not bad. He's going to... Oh, GuMiho loses a tank there, unfortunately. GuMiho's definitely putting up a good fight this game, Tasteless.
This command center's been done. There's no SCVs mining. That's bad. That's very bad, man.
Yeah.
GuMiho should have had workers there a while ago. So even though I think he's like ahead, especially from Cure's perspective, you know, this is also a race against yourself here. Try to make sure you do everything you need to do. It looks like he's just now had SCVs transferred over there.
You know, rotating around right now. Like, his army is pretty dangerous. Oh, he's looking for a lock-on. Okay, there you go. And going to blow up that tank in a matter of seconds. Really nice move there from GuMiho.
Beautifully done. Looks like GuMiho's going to try to loop back around here, looking for another opportunity. And Stim Rain comes forward to try to see if there's anything he can find.
He's going after the command center. Look at how much damage they do. It's so silly. Oh my
that's so funny.
God. Magfield is so hilarious.
That is wild, man.
I love that he lifted it up. He's like, God, I got to get this away from that. The Vikings helped
this pause where you see him not lift, and he's like, what? And then lifts it up, and he's like, oh, I got to move this thing right now.
Yeah. Dude, GuMiho slapping him down.
Yeah.
Maybe this is what GuMiho meant to do in the previous games. Well, we didn't see him go double factory Magfield, so definitely a little bit different strategy from him. Much more factory heavy, much less starport heavy.
I think this is much more likely to actually be a GuMiho victory here. I mean, he's really making it work. He's really killing it here.
Yeah. Getting some nice picks there. Just picking off a little bit of bio. Trying to deny this command center. Utilizing that Viking range. Getting him that extra vision.
Dude, wrecking. This is crazy.
Cure's dead, man.
Cure might need to leave the game, man. I mean, she just doesn't have that much right now.
Look at this.
It's great to see GuMiho recover here.
Yeah. Well, this is a great game and a completely different strat than anything we've seen. GuMiho's showing he's still got it.
GG. He taps out.
Wow.
GuMiho's taking his first game.
Dude, that was very one-sided for GuMiho, right? We had a couple games where it was one-sided for Kira, and we were kind of looking down and being like, oh, GuMiho, you're just not doing it. But this one, completely the other direction. Like, he really destroyed Kira there.
And absolutely, totally original.
Yes.
Magfield sniping command centers.
Awesome.
It's funny, too, because you could see Kira didn't even really realize what was about to happen until it was too late.
It's almost unbelievable.
Kind of a funny moment there.
Where you're like, did you know your command center can die so quickly here?
Yeah, he's like repairs it, then he's like, what? Then he lifts it up.
Like, hey, you know when people blink 17 DTs on your command, you're like, how did that die so fast? Yeah, that's about to happen right now in a TVT.
Yeah, in a ranged attack. Now, we're going to go into game 4 here. Again, I do feel like Kira still played pretty strong, but I think that style was weird enough that Kira sort of didn't even really realize what the threats were until they revealed themselves to him.
I think that's a perfect analysis. Like, he wasn't. And, like, everything he did to try to harass just totally didn't work. And he's like, wow, I mean, that's a lot of Cyclones.
We are going now into game number 4 on Inside and Out.
I can do this all day. Believe me when you hear me say I can do this all day.
Storm Gaming, GuMiho.
GuMiho. GuMiho, dude.
Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Cure.
I'm hoping we have 5 games for all the games today.
Yeah, that would be. I would love to see GuMiho push Kira to his limits here. Hell, like I said, I actually want GuMiho to win. Like, I would love to see GuMiho just keep going.
Well, that would be like a really interesting Dark Horse story of him just kind of slowly moving up the ranks and everything.
I really enjoy his Terran vs. Zerg. I'd love to see him against DRG here today. That would be really, really fun. Not that I dislike Kira's play. Like, Kira is a fun Terran as well, but I mean, GuMiho's style, you watch this stuff and it's like, well, this is just so fresh. How can you not enjoy this? Truly.
So he's got an SCV coming out on the map. Kira does first.
You know what?
Yeah.
GuMiho is my Beyond. That's what it is. You know how, like, people just love Beyond?
Oh, sure.
They love him. His style, the way he acts.
But then what is Beyond for you?
I like Beyond, but like
he's your cure. Like.
He's too well. Yeah, he's my he's too micro based for my real flavor, right? Like, I like him. I like him as a person, as a player and stuff, but still strong. Independent GSL champion. You better believe it.
It's true. So for now, the builds are pretty much the same.
But what I'm trying to say, Tastes, is it's an almost irrational like of GuMiho. You know, just like.
Well, he's doing stuff that's so different that I mean, like, he's doing strategies that did not even occur to me could work.
Well, the second factory before a starport is so far out there.
Yeah, it almost looks like it's a mistake.
Yeah.
Like they made the wrong building.
Yeah.
Now, you know, in this game, I would be surprised if we see double factory again, or cyclones like that again, or something weird like that. It seems like GuMiho wants to come in here with a novel approach each time, and that's why I still kind of favor Cure here. I think Cure just looks more sturdy.
Yeah, for sure.
And I do think Cure had, for a lot of that game, no idea what is going on because it was so confusing.
Oh, double tech lab right now for GuMiho. Okay, so this is very, very different. I'm going to guess concussive shells, but he might go quick stim. That would be really fascinating if he switches over to quick stim here.
Yeah, I wonder.
And there's a starport. Okay. He's just using it for the starport. Okay, okay.
So the Cyclone's coming along now for GuMiho. Now, he always likes to make 1 or 2 Cyclones. But the thing is, everybody for a while in the game made 1 to 2 Cyclones, and they kind of used it as this defensive catch-all unit, because it's a pretty easy unit to use, to be honest. You can see it's easy to get stuff and track it and
it's good at punishing like any flying units that come in.
Any flying unit that overextended, you can kind of use it as a.
It's like a ground raven.
Swiss Army knife, yeah, to deal with anything that's air based. Where the Raven is kind of this great.
Terran is a very funny race like that in StarCraft 2, where they have all these units that are like, well, one to 3 of these are really good early game. It's like the Reaper, the Cyclone, the Raven. All the Ravens, I mean, are always good, but like very technical, weird early game units that are very, very good.
But yeah, the funny thing with GuMiho is he would have these games where occasionally he'd keep making Cyclones. And, you know, I kind of thought that we couldn't keep seeing this, but then he does it again in this game, and I go, all right. Well, there you go.
Second racks for GuMiho. So it does look like we're going to have a bio-based play out of him, like bio-tank. He's going for a tank and a Banshee right now. The Banshee is actually going to really help against this army. There's only 4 Marines that can shoot up.
Okay, he's going to come in here now.
Oh, I don't think GuMiho's going to take any damage from this.
No, I think GuMiho's in great shape right now.
Oh, it doesn't quite get the kills there, but that's all right.
Oh, man, he's unloading now, but the Banshee's here.
Yeah, with the Banshee there, man, there's just not a lot to do. He's trying to target down some of these units, but the Banshee just, the DPS is so high, he just has to get out of there. So that was a very good trade for Gumi.
Totally destroyed that.
Yeah, he did. Very, very solid.
Kier bounced off that army like he was a ping pong ball. It's going right back home. And so Stim starts back here at home. And, you know, funnily enough, it seems like GuMiho, he had kind of his cool openings, but it seems to be more of a normal game. And he's going to instant punish by taking a third base. I really like that. I think it's a smart move.
Well, you know what's kind of cool here, too, is, like, he's going into, like, a very standard Marine tank game, it looks like. But his defense there was so strong because he had the Banshee, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of these early pressures that we're seeing, a defensive Banshee, of course, is going to do fantastically against it. It's just you never see defensive Banshees, you know? Only in the strangest games.
Yeah.
Like Maru holding on to that TBT where, like, everything's in his base. Like, yeah, okay, well, you get this to defend. But, like, to just make one and sit it at home because you know they're going to come in with, like, units that don't shoot up. Very cool stuff from GuMiho.
That third CC is almost done. Yeah. There's a third CC finishing for Kier as well, but it's not going to be landed just yet. And yeah, I like the kind of Banshee as a deterrent here.
That is cool. Because normally the Banshees, you're like, well, they two-shot SCVs, so we send them across the map.
All right.
GuMiho's like, yeah, they two-shot Marines.
Oh, he's going to drop in here now. Do we have anything to defend?
Ooh, not really right now. He's going to bring back some more units. Marines popping out. This is a great scout for Kier as well. He sees that it's actually a Marine tank.
Yeah, so he knows it's not going to be a weird style. Now, I think this is a better way to play, but I also think that Kier is better against this kind of style. Kind of a weird thing to say,
yes.
But you know what I mean? Like,
yes.
Like, I like what GuMiho is doing, even though I think it's really fun to see his kind of more crazy stuff. I don't think you could ever really, in this day and age, just play weird and come out on top at TBT. So it's cool to see him doing this, but we got to see how strong is he actually at doing it.
Oh, the snipe. Very nicely done by GuMiho there. He is slightly up in workers. Well, just one, so it's not really that big a deal.
Yeah.
But his army looking strong as well. GuMiho's 1-1. Well ahead. The eBays are not even done yet, so he's like going to be halfway done by the time 1-1 starts for Kier. I feel like there's a lot of advantages in this game for GuMiho. Does he have any Ravens, though? I don't think he does, right?
Well, yeah, he was a little bit more focused on the Banshees earlier on.
Yeah.
And again, I think this game, you know, it's fairly even. He is going to get an armory. GuMiho is, I should say.
1-1 and combat shields are coming very quickly here. 1-1 just starting for Kier.
Yeah,
Kier definitely has to sit in a very defensive formation.
Kier probably can't do a whole lot for a little bit here, especially being down on the 1-1 upgrades. I mean, Marines already deal damage so fast, and other Marines die so fast to them, especially when they're down in upgrades.
Yeah, GuMiho just a little bit of roaming right now. Kier moving into a defensive position in front of his natural since he saw the army on that side, but GuMiho is just looping around a little bit. Nice little pick off. Cyclone's being very, very active.
Another scan over here.
Oh, look at that. He tries to kill the sensor tower. I like that.
Yeah, just get what you can, take what you can get, right? He does repair it, he does save it, but kind of a nice little tactic to come in there like that. Nobody's on a fourth base just yet. I do think positionally GuMiho is definitely more comfortable. He's got an army that's very liquid, moving on the map. Actually, I'm sorry, there is a fourth base being taken here. I think that might have just started, though, for GuMiho. But yeah, I mean, Kier is having an uphill fight for sure.
Yeah, but we've really switched positions here. And I think Kier is actually handling it pretty well. He's up in tanks and he's up in Vikings, so he does have that kind of like long-term potential right now, even though his Marine upgrades are pretty far behind and He doesn't really have any map control. He is giving himself tools where he can fight back.
And some patience shown here by GuMiho as well. I think what is the right play to just expand again, not to overextend.
Yeah.
One thing for sure, though, with Cure is that he has a higher tank count, and that can be a bigger factor later on. You can see now 1-1 is about to finish here for Cure. I don't know if he wants to move out on the map now, but you can if you're both even with 1-1 upgrades.
Sure.
It's not a bad idea to try to come out. GuMiho may try to set up a counterattack here. And you can see how good he is with these Cyclones. He just knows how to kind of maneuver them in a way where it's just hard to deal with.
He's got like gecko eyes for his Cyclones. Not for like drops in his base, but for his Cyclones specifically.
Yeah.
You know?
Okay, he's going to head back now.
Yeah, the second factory did finish up here for GuMiho, so he can start catch up in tanks a little bit, but there is a second factory now coming up for here as well. Wants to make sure he's maintaining that advantage. And look at this. Look at this. GuMiho adding 2 starports right now. I feel like GuMiho is just a step ahead this entire game so far. Like, I really like this timing of these 2 starports. He's going to start to build his own Viking count. Like, the thing is, he is going to have to get into a little bit of a defensive stance, I think, right? Like, he's maxed out. And he is about to have 2-2, so, yeah, maybe he can come out and, like, fight this or do a counterattack. But going to the starports, like, if you're actually going to commit into that is a transition, right? So you have to be a little bit careful if your opponent tries to attack you during it.
Okay, another attack in here. Nicely done. Takes out that tank. Oh, my God. Okay, he's going to take that out with siege mode here. Seems like the Marines had a hard time actually reaching that. But he's not really pushed into a vulnerable spot yet. I think GuMiho's still okay for the time being. Another disable and another stim comes in.
Auto turret goes down. Does stim an attack from the high ground there, and of course his 2-2 Marines are very fearsome.
So much from GuMiho chasing him right now. He barely escapes there. That is crazy.
I tell you, GuMiho is showing like a lot of skill here after a couple clean openings in these last 2 games. First 2 games felt pretty bungled and pretty one-sided, but
to be honest,
he's playing very good straight up right now.
It was pretty painful, you know, a pretty painful game 1 and game 2 for GuMiho. I'd kind of written him off, to be honest.
Yeah, for sure. Me too.
Now, keep in mind, GuMiho has been on an extra base for a long time and is now taking a bid.
Oh, wow. That's quite the dive. I'm not sure if that's going to pay off or not. It does get an armor shred onto those Marines. He actually picks off a good amount of tanks.
Dude.
Yeah.
That was pretty crazy.
Yeah, I think that was good.
GuMiho's supply is so much lower now as far as army goes. Yeah, I kind of can't believe this. By the way, vehicle weapons +1 finishes. Does he have a disable available?
I'm not sure if he does right now, but the thing is, GuMiho added starports, right? Like he's throwing down some Thors, he's making some Vikings and everything, getting Corvid reactor, all this. So yeah, he lost like a lot of Marines there. But like, unless Cure like instantly overwhelms him, I think that GuMiho is still totally fine here. Dude, that looks so painful.
Looks brutal, man.
Just ragdolling from this tank shot.
Well, I'm almost in disbelief as to what Cure did back there. Functioning off of a lot less, kind of came in and just won the exchange itself so much more.
Well, it was such a dive uphill.
Yeah, it was such an overextension from GuMiho here.
He wanted tanks so bad. Now, a couple of Thors are out.
And by the way, the tank count is far superior for Cure still here. So I think Cure's been playing, you know, up against the ropes pretty well this whole time.
Well, I think it feels to me like what GuMiho is going to try to do now is take complete air control. Like their supplies are high enough. Yeah, look at this. He's building turret, sensor tower, siege tank through the center. And he does have a couple Ravens. We don't see what he's producing right this second, but Thor plus Viking plus Raven is going to allow you to fight back against someone with a vastly superior Viking count, right? Like,
right.
Not necessarily just straight win it, but he's building up to a place where he might be able to like take that air dominance, which is so important in late game Terran versus Terran.
Well, GuMiho sits on his advantage, you know, economically for, you know, a while now. Cure is slowly playing catch up here. We should have kind of a diagonal split on this map of who gets what. It does seem like he wants to try to put a little bit of pressure over there, but overall, I think Cure could run back and basically come in here and try to clean that up. But I'm really waiting for the next big engagement to see how GuMiho does, because I think GuMiho kind of had all the building blocks set up that he needed to play a game and come out ahead, and then he had such a poor engage that Cure suddenly really looked quite viable in this. And we're going to see a big engage come up here now.
Ooh,
oh,
yeah.
hold on. He's going to turn around again, I guess.
Okay, he sees that smaller army from Cure going down the side, and GuMiho looks like he wants to try to hit in here, but no, he turns around.
By the way, we're going to run out of bases to take here.
Yeah.
Each side basically has one more base to take.
There's a little attack in the bottom right, as well as this little run by. Yeah, it's a planetary, so it doesn't matter all that much. It's going to be annoying and drop a couple behind. It'll get clean, but yeah, just no hold position there. 83 SCVs for both, 11 tanks for both. Okay. 53 Marines against 27 Marines. GuMiho in the lead there, which is not necessarily actually a good thing. We'll see what he actually gets done with it. But his Raven count is very strong. He's disabling a lot of siege tanks as he moves up here with his superior Marine count.
He's coming up now. The Vikings are going to be landed, and he has to pull back.
Dude,
You're in a lot of hot water here.
The Vikings just got super butchered right there.
Yeah, that was
crazy. God. Between the Thor and the siege tanks when they landed, suddenly that Viking count that was so good the entire game for Cure has been reduced to almost nothing.
And GuMiho's going to keep trying to march forward here. There's siege up, and he's basically going to be able to isolate this base on the center right. With so many tanks coming forward, there's not a whole lot Cure can do. I'm not sure if Cure has much more time in this game. Look at these tanks. This is wild.
Dude, GuMiho is really outdoing Cure right now.
This is so crazy.
This is amazing.
GuMiho is probably going to win here, and maybe he comes back 3-0 after being down 0-2. Yeah. That's crazy.
Especially after how rough those first couple games were.
Oh, I know.
And like this, the thing is, this, like he stomped the first little attack, and then he just played very well from slightly ahead, I think, throughout the game.
It's almost like confusing as to why GuMiho even does some of these weird styles more often than he does the standard styles when you see this happen.
To be fair, that Banshee he made early on, that was weird. That defensive Banshee.
That's true.
It was not like crazy weird like the game before, but it was strange. Now, a little stim in here. Armor Shred comes down, and there are enough tanks, so GuMiho backs up. GuMiho still maxed out. Tons of bases for him here. Gonna eventually deny that base that he is shelling. And Cure deciding to go for a little bit of a counterattack. Can't blame him there, that's for sure. More tanks sieging. Oh, the disables come down. Going to stim forward and be able to take these out very easily.
Yeah, I mean, Cure is all but dead here. This is kind of crazy. Well, I mean, GuMiho, he took his time, but he got here. And we're going to have a game 5. I'm so glad, man. So far,
what a fantastic night of games so
far.
Round
of 6 has just been these nail biters. And, you know, guys, very rarely is somebody down 0-2 and then comes back and wins 3 games and recovers. Now, Cure is not going to give up yet. He's going to try to circumvent the bad position he's in and look for opportunities of his own down here. The greatest armor shred of all time.
Oh, my God, and a ring of auto turrets around it. Cure is actually getting sandwiched as well. Down goes the tank. Down goes just about everything. And GG is called. Game 5 coming up.
Let's do this.
Dude, awesome.
Man.
This is sick.
That was wild.
GuMiho is playing so much better these last 2 games.
It looks like a completely different player.
You know what? He must be frustrated because in his head, I'm sure he knows that he can play the 2 games he just played. But those first 2 games were so one-sided. It didn't feel like he had a shot, you know?
Well, when you have really bad games like that, it sticks with you in the next couple of games, right?
Yeah.
It's sort of.
And if he ends up losing here, it's like, oh, damn, imagine if he had played a bit better in those first 2 games. Maybe he would have won by now, right?
Man, Cure, though, feeling the stress here. Yeah. It's got to be weird. Like, what happened to GuMiho in the last 4 games?
Turned it on.
Yeah. I thought I was already, going to be playing against my next match here. All right, guys. Well, this is it. It's going to be on Cosmic Sapphire for map number 5. And that's where the best of 5 ends. Either GuMiho wins or Cure takes it and recovers. I'm happy with either one, to be honest.
Oh, yeah. Well, this has been so great so far. One of these guys is going to give a big fight towards DRG coming up after this. But let's see who it's going to be.
All right, guys. Cosmic Sapphire, Game 5. Let's go.
I can do this all day. Believe me when you hear me say I can do this all day.
Storm Gaming, GuMiho. Dragon Phoenix Gaming. Cure.
Can't believe we're at Game 5 after the way Game 1 looked. That's crazy to me.
Yeah, yeah. I'm so happy about it, though.
And you know what? What's exciting about Game 4 specifically is that it was GuMiho actually playing properly.
Yeah.
And not just him. I mean, the double factory and all the cyclones coming out, that's cool. And that's, nobody else in the whole world can really do that kind of stuff consistently as consistently as GuMiho.
Not at this level, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely not this level. But to see him also just play normal, it's like, oh yeah, you really actually have a bigger range than a lot of people. It's not just that you have your own play. You know what the other, because sometimes you'll see these people who have like a weird way of playing the game, and part of the reason why they're playing that is they want to avoid having to learn the same stuff as other players, and instead kind of zero in on this other approach that really makes the other player play by a different set of rules.
Yes.
And because you're such an expert at this kind of bizarre approach to the game, you have an inherent advantage.
Yes.
And I kind of thought, at least with the this season of GSL, GuMiho was kind of that player, but at the highest level. But now that I look at it, I go, no, man, he's actually
that was solid,
pretty solid,
right?
Yeah,
it was good. It was good. Like it honestly did feel to me like he was a little step ahead the entire way. I think he had the one questionable attack uphill against the tanks, but I still felt like he was okay after that, even though he lost a lot of Marines. Because he was like kind of doing a transition. He had a good siege line and everything behind. But yeah, this has been fantastic. Okay, so Cure getting his command center. GuMiho just slightly after. Does have his starport on the way here as well. Well, I'm a little bit wiggly tasteless. I'm excited to see what is going to happen here.
I mean, this has been such a different TVT so far, right? I mean, we're getting kind of the solid play here from Cure. Even, by the way, in Game 4, he was behind for a little bit. It almost seemed like he was going to come ahead there. But then we have, the real range of GuMiho and the fact that he just sees this race in a totally different way. By the way, Cure, it's a throwback to Game 1. He wants to come in here again, try to put on the pressure. I think he's looking at what worked and what didn't work and saying, well, at least I might be able to get, my footing set up right here if I can do this. The double Hellion quad Reaper push.
Well, a Cyclone and a Banshee are coming. Does he have enough to slow this down enough that those units will pop out before he loses massive amounts of units? Okay, he throws a grenade, but Cure is diving super hard right now.
The grenade
he turns around. He actually zaps a couple of Reapers with that one shot. He's about to get the Banshee out. Let's see how many SCVs actually end up dying here. Because, obviously GuMiho's units are way better here, but does that matter?
Okay, he's killed off 6 SCVs.
Yeah, kind of significant.
Oh, he's going to get that last one.
Okay, I think that was pretty good from Cure overall.
I like that a lot. I think that he had the right idea. Because, look, it's 21 workers to 29. That command center is only just now going to finish. Whereas Terran's already getting SCVs out in pairs.
It's a little tough, isn't it? Like he was getting these great defensive units, but the attack was just a little bit too quick for him. All right, good defense there.
Yeah. Now what could the Banshee do exactly?
Well, I mean, you gotta scan to get it. The Marines are not going to do that. They're just like trying to make it run away and not get full damage.
He's not killing SCVs.
No, not too much. I feel like
he's got a bunch of orange SCVs. Like this is a Halloween-themed cast here.
Well, we are in October now.
Now, not able to kind of gain any ground. That 9-worker lead continues on here with Cure in great shape. The Banshee comes out. Now, Banshee with Cloak is done. Keep in mind, if you get Cloak for the Banshees, you really do need to kill some stuff to kind of make it pay for itself. You can't really get these dramatic upgrades, and then if they don't do anything, you're like, oh, okay. I'm sure that'll come in handy later. You really have to, shortly after you get it, you got to do something.
Oh, that auto turret was sick.
One of the things about winning the first 2 games and then losing the next 2 is you've got to... What?
most craziest thing I've ever seen.
Dude.
GuMiho! GuMiho!
Well,
oh, he lost it.
That was
sick,
crazy for a little bit.
What a micro battle that was. My God. Okay, by the way, like
I think Kira's coming out ahead here.
He's getting mag field. Oh my God, he's getting hyperflight rotors. Are you kidding me, GuMiho? You're the craziest player in the whole world. Unfortunately, he's lost some Banshees and Cyclones.
Yeah.
But he's literally going for speed cloak Banshees and mag field. Like, what is this even?
This is some Inspector Gadget stuff.
This is some Inspector Gadget stuff. Like, I don't. What else is there?
I feel like
this
is the start of a James Bond film where like Q gives like James Bond all these like different tools that he's going to have to use to eventually win the mission, and this time it's these upgrades.
But it's Q from Star Trek this time.
Yeah.
Okay, he just flipped it over. The scan came, and he canceled the hyperflight rotors. That's too bad.
Yeah.
I wanted to see that really badly.
I think he saw that it was sawed and then thought, okay, I got to change it up here. Again, with what Kira's doing, it's much more standard and solid for that matter. Where I think GuMiho is going to try to look for finesse through a win. I think Kira's trying to play a proper game here.
Yeah.
But, you know, he got that cloak. Those Banshees haven't gotten that much. Stim is on the way here. Barracks are producing at a rapid rate.
Now, the Banshees still do have value. With the hyperflight rotors, they would have had more, but they still have some value. They still have good DPS. That's nice. But right now, GuMiho is just going into, like, regular mech. Like, additional factories have been added, but he hasn't gone overboard with starports, which is nice. Look at this funny army that he's running around with. Like, Cure sees it. He's like, no, I don't want to fight that. GuMiho is down like a few SCVs. He has his third base on location right now. So a little bit ahead of Cure. Cure is landing it. Like, he's bringing it down. That's cute. He wants to kill another command center. Look at how much damage it does. It's so silly.
He is going to come in here and set up this third. Can't really be contested right now from GuMiho.
Cure getting into Stim as well as 1-1. And yeah, let's see how GuMiho like continues this. Is he going to really focus on siege tank production? Is he going to stay a little bit more active on the map?
Now GuMiho may end up paying for this because, you know, there is a more standard solid army that you want to try to go for here, and that's kind of, I guess, proper play what Kier's doing here, but he's leaning into that kind of mech style here with the double tanks coming out.
Dude, look at that.
Double armory.
Yeah. Very interesting position for a couple of his tanks. That looks like a position where you're looking for a free volley. Like, you really think they're going to go by there, and you get like this sick free volley, and then maybe you back up. See? Chameleonized for Cyclones only. Imagine if he had that for drops, man. He would never lose.
Oh, and he's going to try to come in here now. He does get that Banshee and almost gets the second. Dude. Get the second. That was beautifully done.
Yeah. Like, he lost some of the
fine.
Banshees, but they're not as good now.
But it's fine to lose the Marines for that. It's totally worth it.
Oh, that's funny. We're talking about different people right now. I'm talking about from GuMiho's point of view, and you're talking about yours.
Yeah.
Like, no, he lost Banshees, not Marines. But no, just slowing down that like initial harassment is pretty nice. Now, a Fusion Core is coming up. Wait a minute. Fusion Core here for Cure.
Interesting.
Okay. You know what he's going to do? I know exactly what he's going to do, Tasteless. He wants to win the Viking count and use Liberator range to push the tanks back, I think.
Oh, that is a good call.
That's my guess here.
Well, let's see if it's the direction he wants us to go, because, yeah, you can win that fight, and suddenly it's like the Liberators are like siege tanks of the sky. You know?
Yeah.
Especially if you kept all your tanks alive.
And, like, if he does start to do that, you'll see GuMiho pop out Thors when he realizes what's going on. But then he'll have to get into starports himself. Like, he is... wait, no, he hasn't added a second starport yet. But when he realizes what's going on, he'll probably add 2 starports and try to catch up. Like, it really becomes so much of Viking War at that point.
So the 4th base has been nabbed. It looks like over here at the bottom, GuMiho is going to try to take a 4th of his own, but Cure taking that a little bit more quickly.
Yeah, Kier still actually is behind on the Vikings, Tasteless.
Yeah.
He has the couple Ravens, though, which do change the math a fair amount.
Yeah. I mean, Armor Shred could change the dynamic of this very quickly here. A lot of this is probably going to come down to engages. Kind of an epic game here as we go into Game 5. Nobody interested in getting too far into the other side's, their opponent's side of the map. A lot of caution here.
The sensor towers are really well placed, kind of hard to get around, and in fact there's even like a floating building for GuMiho in the blind spot of the sensor tower.
Yeah.
So like I could see here later on trying to do something there and then be like, oh, it's like a barracks, oops.
1-1 for vehicles is now done. Meanwhile, advanced ballistics here for Kier is just now upgraded.
Yeah, he doesn't have the right Viking count yet. 8 versus 12, but you have 2 Ravens. I think still just slightly GuMiho should be able to hold on to the skies. Don't forget he does have 3 Cyclones, so lock-ons there are going to do ridiculous damage. Additional base going up. Kier right on the edge of the sensor tower. GuMiho going to run up and see that. He sees the Liberators there. Brings up his own Vikings.
He's going to start to try to inch in here. We should see Kier plug in one more command center at 12 o'clock to keep the balance okay. Now again, the siege tank count here is vastly different, but the thing about mech is it's not as fluid. It's hard to get in and out of where you need to be. But again, when it comes to the siege tank shelling, an overextension from the infantry player, and it's very, very, very punished.
Okay. My God, just every upgrade going down right now. Now, let's see here. Kier just continuing to expand, GuMiho as well. Lots of Vikings, both sides going so heavy on air. I love the mass command center that Kier is doing. Like when you get into a position like this, like you're maxing out this type of game, it makes a lot of sense to just make mass command center because you need the scans.
Yeah.
And of course, when you can utilize mules a little bit more, you can lower your SCV count, which ups your supply of those stupid flying units that you're racing your opponent with.
Here we go. He's going to try to come in again.
A couple Thors coming out, by the way.
With the light denial over there of that 3 o'clock base, here's a little bit more comfortable.
And there's those Thors value right there.
Yeah.
Armored strikes the Thors. I don't think they care.
Infantry level 2 attack and armor are finishing up.
Now, Kier finally does have the Viking advantage, 24 to 20.
Here we go. But an armor shred. Oh, they both armor shred each other.
The Thors here can, just add so much to a Viking battle if they get any shots off. Huge amount of damage. This is crazy.
Now, this is less of a push and more of a base deny.
Yeah, that's true. I don't think he'll try to move forward. I think you're definitely right about that.
Yeah, you could draw a line diagonally from the bottom left all the way up to the top right.
Yeah.
For who's going to get what side of the map. And the only ambiguous expansion is the bottom left one here.
That's a really good point. And I like what you're saying. Like, I think that is probably the thought process here.
Yeah.
Ooh, he's getting the Liberators now. Where it's like, yeah, let's just slow this down for a little bit. Because Kier's taking, like, every base on his side. He's literally got command centers at every single base.
He may even wrap around and take the upper right base, too. Because the problem for GuMiho is he doesn't have a lot of mobility. Yeah. You need a pair of eyes over there in the bottom left. But, we're getting, like, a super epic TVT here.
Ooh, that fight didn't go well for GuMiho at the beginning. The Marines got a lot of damage onto his Vikings. But GuMiho does have the Viking advantage once again. So that is incredibly important. GuMiho takes over this area once again. Marines adding a lot in here, but as a tank siege, they do have to run back.
Okay, the Vikings continue to drive this back.
Crazy game right now.
How much can Kier recover? I'm starting to see GuMiho come in here.
Dude, the air armies are getting so ludicrous. Look at this. It's like 8 tanks versus 1 tank, but it's like all flying units almost.
Yeah.
GuMiho is really pushing him back right now, man. Really pushing him back.
Did GuMiho go all the way? He has not taken an additional base, but at the same time, Kier is under threat of losing his. Oh my God, one-shotting the Liberators. A terrible rally here from Kier.
Oh no,
dude.
GuMiho. This push is insane.
Cannot really lift off here with this many Vikings. A small counterattack is sent out across the map.
Oh, look
He's
at
just
this.
overproduction.
Yeah,
Oh
anything
my
that pops
God.
out is in a lot of trouble there. The Marines come by to try to help out. Oh, they fly over Stim Marines, and now Kira's going to be able to take air control. Oh, that was a huge mistake from GuMiho. A huge mistake. GuMiho did kill a base during this, so that's nice, but I don't think that's the end of the world for Kira. Kira does have other bases, just not really SCVs at them right now.
Oh my God! These
God.
Vikings. Well, this could be dicey here from by Kira. I mean, you had won the air fight.
Yeah.
Be careful what you're actually fighting on the ground here, man.
Yeah. You gotta retain the Vikings. They're actually really important.
If he can go back up to 12, I mean, he'll basically keep him on 3 bases. I mean, all of the northern position here for Kira is like barely held together.
Dude, I wish for GuMiho's sake he would take another base right now. Like he's doing well in a lot of ways, but he's been on 4 base for a really long time. He's going to run out of minerals. Like, he has got to think about taking another spot.
Well, I mean, Kira worked very hard to kind of earn this position towards the upper right of his side of the map, but it's kind of fallen apart.
Okay, Liberators coming over.
Oh, these Thors, if they can get the shot, the Vikings are so clubbed.
Oh my God, the Thors, though, are going to town right now, Tasteless.
Oh my God, both sides overextending here. I think Kira's almost dead. By the way, we never really have people down 0-2 and then the other player in the best of 5 comes back 3-0. That's crazy.
It's pretty rare. It's pretty rare. GuMiho, it's not over yet.
No.
Kira still has a shot, I think, but it's getting pretty bad. Now this, like, the Marauders are going to start doing a lot of damage here. He actually has a mine. That's hilarious. But look, the Marauders, I mean, they kind of did damage here, but
there's actually the Vikings, man, that are going to win this fight.
Yeah, there's actually tanks still there as well. I didn't notice there's a tank in there.
I think you're right. I think there's a tank literally underneath the Liberators.
There's a tank in with the Thors. He's hard to see.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you meant on the other side. Excuse me. I'm like, yeah, I guess I didn't see that under the Liberators, and they move, and there's nothing there. You know, he's going to get that command center, and that means it's going to be freebies up north. He's broken that position. He can just run down here. A scan confirms that he actually is as behind as he had feared.
Dude, this is crazy right now. Scans going off everywhere. Double scan.
Dude, and the
is that GuMiho clowning? Is that GuMiho saying I win? I can't even believe what I'm seeing, Tasteless. Kira coming out with another push. GuMiho is maxed out right now.
Yeah. And, I mean, this is a 3-base Kira. But keep in mind, his main and his natural are mined out, so he's basically mining off of 1 base compared to the...
But Kira has lost all his bases, man. This is Thorman versus Poor Man. And I think Thorman is going to take it.
All right, I can't believe my eyes, dude. What a comeback. Kira is totally crushed right now.
Dude, GuMiho with the double fist pump. Oh, my God. I can't believe it. GG.
Wow.
After that 2-0 start, I thought for sure Kira would take it. But GuMiho fights back like a boss. And he will go against DRG for the last spot in the round of 4.
That is just insane. My God, man. I love that series.
That was amazing. That was amazing. So well done from GuMiho.
Big cheers in the audience.
He has got to be feeling like $1 million right now. You saw the double fist bump. Obviously, Kira here, not too happy about that. He's played a really strong season, but that's a disappointing finish for him this year, I
mean,
think.
what a strange series of events. He kind of turned it around the last second and came out on top, and here we are.
Yeah.
Well, we are going to be going... oh, no, we're not going to interview. We're going to go do the interview after the next Best of 5. Guys, GuMiho versus DRG coming up next. We'll be right back.
alone. When we were burning the embers, waiting for the sunrise in the morning to bring us home. You know that I do. But tell me, do you remember? There was nothing we were scared of doing when we didn't know the way or where we were going. That was back when forever seemed a million miles away, and we didn't know it. 'Cause we were taking off our ways of running, wasting our
I'll be coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I'll be coming up hot for a minute.
상큼함 맥스, 칼로리 X, 맛있는 탕 제로. 요즘 제일 탐나는 제로, 탐스 제로. 같이 떠나볼래? 아침은 라떼, 홀릭 점심은 라떼, 홀릭 저녁은 라떼, 홀릭 둥글하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀릭. 달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타 라떼 홀릭.
질성사이다 제로. 그래 걱정 빼고 고민 빼고 망설임 빼고 This is zero life. 없어도 되는 건 빼고 질성사이다 제로.
I'll be coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I'll be coming up hot for a minute.
상큼함 맥스, 칼로리 X, 맛있는 탕 제로. 요즘 제일 탐나는 제로, 탐스 제로. 같이 떠나볼래? 아침은 라떼, 홀릭 점심은 라떼, 홀릭 저녁은 라떼, 홀릭 둥글하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀릭. 달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타 라떼 홀릭.
질성사이다 제로. 그래 걱정 빼고 고민 빼고 망설임 빼고 This is zero life. 없어도 되는 건 빼고 질성사이다 제로.
International.
Today's matchup. Hero. DRG. GuMiho. Cure. GSL Season 3, Round of 6. 2022 Hot 6 GSL Season 3.
Welcome back, everybody. The feeling is electric down here in the studio. What a hype TVT we just had. We saw GuMiho be down 0-2, and frankly, 2 humiliating losses, and then he came back 3-0, winning that ultimately 3-2. That is crazy.
Complete man mode. He was just wrecking. Cure looked shocked that he lost at the end of that. But GuMiho straight up outplayed him. So GuMiho is on point right now, and we have a very exciting match to see the last player in that round of 4. I want to remind you guys, DRG and GuMiho have both gone to the military, come back. Here they are. They are from the very beginning of GSL. They were pro gamers in StarCraft 2 12 years ago. 12 years ago. Both of them won championships long time ago.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy to see players this old school now duking it out. One of them will get into the round of 4. I also want to mention, I think GuMiho will have a second factor he's going to be working against, which is battling the fatigue of that last series. That was a long and dramatic TVT, as TVTs can be. But I'll tell you what, TVZ nowadays seems to be our longest matchup.
Yes, it
And
certainly
so,
does. A lot of turtling going on.
Yeah, especially from the Terrans. So stamina is going to be important here. Doesn't mean you have to play like that, but if you've been following the last 2 or 3 seasons, you've probably noticed this as well. And a best of 5 is where this is going to be settled here too.
Yeah.
So a lot of possible games, man.
A lot of pressure on DRG here as well, right? Like,
Sure.
This guy has already been back to the round of 4 before. He's been in the round of 6 every season, but he hasn't quite made it all the way yet. And whoever wins here will go against Ragnarok, right? So I do feel there's a decent chance whoever wins can actually go to that finals, because
that's right.
Hero has taken the bullet of Maru in the round of 4, right? So that side is insane, but Ragnarok may be a little bit more doable. So, I mean, I think both these players can almost taste the finals. Not that Ragnarok is a pushover, but, like, it's doable.
No, Ragnarok is, I think, among the more doable, defeatable players here. I mean, I do feel like whoever wins here probably goes on. Look at the mark on the mouse hand there of DRG. You see that? Very red
right
on the bottom right side. Some players get a little mark or bump on their hands on the bottom right side of their palm.
You gotta wear wristbands like me and GuMiho, man.
Yeah, man.
We're athletes. What are you doing hurting your wrists like that?
Tropical Sacrifice for map number 1, then Inside and Out, Data C, Stargazers, and Moondance, if we're lucky enough to get a map number 5.
Oh, you think it won't go to map 5, Tasteless?
Could be.
Of course
Could
it
not
will.
be.
After that last series, I believe everything will go to 5 for the rest of the time.
Guys, game 1's ready. Tropical Sacrifice, let's go.
I can do this all day. Believe me when you hear me say I can do this all day.
Storm Gaming, GuMiho. Team NV, DRG.
I'm so excited.
So I want to put a quick reminder out here for everybody who's watching. I know a lot of people actually miss like the start of the show, or they skip through it. The GSL CODES Season 3 Finals, in other words, this Finals, is going to be held in the studio we're in right now.
That's right.
So the Freak Up Studio, that's at Samsung Station by Coex Mall. We were under the impression it was going to be at the a very different one.
Alaskans for Goomy God. Love it.
Thank you. From Germany, welcome. Love you too. So earlier on in the show, in previous episodes, we had thought it was going to be at the Sangam Coliseum. It is not. Do not go to the Sangam Coliseum. It is in Samsung Station. So please, also buy tickets quickly. We don't have a lot of seats for that. The fans win. It's true. The fans.
But yeah, guys, like when the tickets do go on sale, and we haven't announced that yet, I'm sure we will. Probably during the round of 4, because there is going to be over a week between the round of 4, which is on Thursday, and the finals, which will be on the following Saturday.
Right.
But definitely do make sure that you're getting your tickets as instantly when it opens up, because I have a feeling more people are going to try to come to this finals than there will be tickets
we
for.
get a lot of people tweeting at us, either DMs or ats on Twitter, asking about coming down here, Instagram as well. And so I'm under the impression that not everybody's going to get in. There are watch parties. I'm not in the loop really with where those are, or if there are ones for this one, where it's going to be. But do be aware that it is going to be back in the OG studio here due to scheduling. So yeah, just want to put that out there and make sure that people know, because now we know exactly where it's going to be. We want to make sure that everybody who comes down can get in, or at least gets a chance to try to get in.
Just a little Reaper expansion opener here for GuMiho. Nothing out of the ordinary. Damages some lanes. Completely ordinary once again. Starport coming up instead of like a 3rd CC or anything like that. So we'll see where he goes with this. Looks pretty standard for DRG thus far.
Yeah. I mean, everything pretty par for the course. GuMiho does like to do kind of out there stuff. Everything's going to not die here. It's kind of funny.
Oh, he almost got a drone. So close. I think he actually could have gotten a drone. He's actually going to get some links. Look at this.
For a little bit, the defense there looked like it was going to be absolutely perfect. It was like Sonic collecting all the rings on one of those tube chase levels.
The Hellion just went in and killed 2 of the hurt Trons.
Yep,
really nice. Really nice.
Now, one thing about GuMiho is I feel like a lot of the weird stuff he does works better against other Terrans and Protosses. Doesn't always seem to be as effective against Zergs.
He's going Battlecruiser Tasteless. Tell me what's not effective.
Well, this is what's crazy is this was one of the crazier moves here, and it seems like this caught on quite a bit. BC play being back. How strong is DRG going to be against this exactly? With GuMiho more inclined to kind of do his own thing, it really does put the burden on the other player to know how to deal with it, right? I mean, people will complain about this, especially if you're like on ladder and you do something weird and the other guy's like, you're an idiot, you don't play the game right. But truth is, like, you have to know how to play against all the types of play styles, right?
Yeah.
You have to encounter that kind of stuff before and go, okay, I think I know how to deal with this.
I like this, by the way. Unfortunately, there is an Overlord that's just flying right into his main base, so he's going to be able to really get ready for BC. He's going to know that's BC pretty easily.
Yep.
But this is good. You get an Overlord maybe a second? Hey, he does. I thought we'd see a transfusion there, but I guess not enough energy. But yeah, he will be ready for the BC. Now, look at that. Aspire gets started immediately.
Could he get another Overlord up here? Oh, I wasn't even thinking about that one.
He's the Overlord killer.
Yeah.
This is crazy.
That's been 3 Overlords. I don't think he's going to get that one in his main, but he might get that one too.
3 Overlords?
4 Overlords.
Dude, that's like serious. He got 4 Overlords. That's like really good.
I feel like we've almost never seen that at the start of a game.
No. Like maybe right when Polt started making the Polt Viking.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But I don't recall. Still trying to get stuff done. I think it's pretty over. The Cyclone 2 Marine drop, I think, is pretty over. A 3rd command center being built on location. Spire almost done here. Now, is he going to teleport directly? I think he will. Yeah, he did. He's in the main.
Okay, here we go.
All right, there's a Spore and a Queen. He's going after the Queen.
Yeah, is it ever worth it to go for the Spore, do you think?
No,
you just want to always pull away.
Yeah.
He wants that 5th Overlord.
Yeah, I think it's not ever worth it to go for the Spore. You got to like have so much. And Mewtwo's being made. I like this counter from DRG quite a bit.
I think this is better built to basically respond to the battle cruisers directly and not let them kind of take over the game and you just start to become a punching bag. And I also like the 3rd command center here. But when these Mutas hatch, which is in a second here, I want to see what kind of damage can be done and if there's any kind of recourse here for the Zerg.
Well, I think GuMiho read the situation correctly. He actually is running the battlecruiser all the way home, and he started missile turrets. Right? Like, he's seen everything to counter his types of play because he's like the only one that does it. I think GuMiho is totally fine. I don't think the Mutas are really going to do much. There's a turret in each line.
Yeah, it seems like he should just barely hold this. He is going for air weapons here. Look at the insta-pull. Then he sees he's not committed to it. Oh, get the weak one.
See? That's fine. 2 SCV kills, no problem.
Now, more Mutas have been made, but a Roach Warren started. Drones are also being brought out here. So I think we might have the Mutas slow down a little bit.
Yeah, you might be right about that. Or it's possibly goes into some corruptors with them as well.
Yeah, that's also acceptable.
You have to be a little bit careful. If he tries to mass Mutas up and then suddenly we start getting Thors and or Mines, that's going to really hurt them.
Things can certainly backfire pretty quickly here.
Yeah. +1 ranged on the way, so definitely getting ready for those Roaches.
All right, Yamato cannon is almost done here. Again, 1 turret, just the right number to kind of kill this off. Seems like the damage is almost like StarCraft 1 Mutas, where the damage just keeps getting distributed evenly to all the Mutas. None of them die.
Yeah. Going after that high energy Queen. He does have jumps on these, right? I'm fairly certain he actually blew them
100% he's
over.
got jumps. Yeah.
Yeah. So a couple Yamatos here onto the Mutas and just going to jump out. Leave this one here to deal more damage.
Yeah, and again, it's hard to deal with. It's just so tanky. He's going to know exactly the right moment to pull it back out. And whoa!
You know what, Tasteless? I was just thinking the other day, a mech player hasn't won a championship in too long.
That's true, Artosis.
I feel like he's playing better than DRG right now, Tasteless.
It does look like
GuMiho is up in supply.
And you know what's funny is GuMiho was, in a lot of ways, kind of out of the picture for a couple of years in StarCraft 2. So I don't think players are used to dealing with this either.
No,
I feel like they're playing this like, this now?
Yeah. Well, he was in the military. He came back. He wasn't in that great a shape. And suddenly this season he's like, oh, I'm back. Okay, let's go.
Yeah.
It takes a while sometimes. It didn't take like any time for DRG, but for most players, like Classic still isn't. Where's Classic? You know, like,
yeah.
You think it takes people time sometimes.
Going to try to go on this turret here, and it gets repaired. Nicely done. Yeah, I agree, Artosis. I really do feel like, frankly, GuMiho's looking a little bit stronger here. He's going to come out here now.
Now, I don't know if this army really does it. It's like a battle mech army plus BCs. Oh, he has a tank in there, too. He switches over into Hellbat, but, I mean, Hellbat's going up a ramp against, like, Masked Ravager Queen. I don't think that's going to do much.
Okay. I thought that was going to hit the tank. I'm like, can they shoot that far?
Imagine that.
Does escape with those. By the way, the big thing we want to watch for is these BCs. If they keep escaping and getting back and repairing, I mean, eventually the value he's gotten out of this is going to be insane.
Yeah.
It is up, by the way, 4 base to 4 base. There's a 5th one. It's easy to miss at the very top left. It's being taken there. Kind of far away from the position we're in here now, but I mean, Terran isn't close to maxing out with the mech army here.
Look at this. Like, the Hellbats are actually doing a great job tanking this and slowing everything down. The BCs are gaining their value over and over and over. Looks like he's going to lose. Oh, my God. Are you kidding me? I really thought he was going to lose one there.
Oh, same.
Oh,
all right.
Does lose one there. And looks
he
like...
knew. He's like, I should have lost that other one back there earlier. He's like, you can have this one.
Yeah. Well, you know what? He still has a good 3 BCs. Only lost 1. Now, let's see what this counterattack can do. BCs need repair.
It's kind of funny to watch these Hellbats just kind of shove into these Ravagers.
Well, he's just trying to slow them down.
Yeah.
Right? He's getting more and more tanks into position. He's repairing the BCs, which is incredibly important. Look at this. The Corruptor's actually going after the command center. Maybe a little bit of a misplay there.
Yeah.
But a lot of tanks are getting picked off. A lot of tanks.
Yep, he is losing quite a bit of tanks here. My God, that tank somehow lived through that?
Dude,
That's crazy.
That planetary is a killer right now. Oh, my God. I tell you what, Tasteless, GuMiho is playing a beautiful game still. Like, a couple things went wrong there, but I think he defended it well enough. Now, DRG, okay, to be fair, he is on 80 workers, right? So, like, he can continually do attacks like that. We did see that as a counter BC mech style before, where you just kind of go Roach, Ravager, Corruptor quite a bit and keep pushing. He has reduced the siege tank count, so, yeah, I could see him getting something done here. Not sure his Ravager count. 4 BCs can take out, I mean, his Corruptor count, rather. 4 BCs will kill a lot.
Yeah, you can see he's trying to come in here and see if he can find a fight he could maybe take. This isn't exactly the unit comp that lasts forever, by the way, for Zerg.
Yeah.
Dozen kills here on those drones. Very nicely done. We don't see any moment for Terran to basically be able to move out comfortably, though. It's really going to be Zerg trying to see if they can't do some kind of a crippling or fatal blow coming up here.
Yeah, this kind of reminds me of Lingbane Hydra against Protoss, where you're trying to pick off High Templars, right? And if they aren't building more High Templars, you'll eventually win. It's like, if you can kill the siege tanks over and over, and they aren't building up the siege tank count, you'll eventually win with this, likely. But GuMiho, like, I like this turret spread. He's kind of holding ramps pretty well, getting some good damage with those BCs. Now, in come the Corruptors. Okay, picks one off there, really big deal.
Yeah, DRG comes in. Quite a bit of damage dealt. It does seem like there's enough room to kind of kite and pull away here that the Terran is probably not going to be finished off here. But I guess the real story is going to be, you know, can the Corruptors actually kill off one of these BCs? Oh my God, is he going to be able to find it? Yeah, he just finishes it off.
Yeah, very well done.
Goes to show you got to really premeditate where you're going to click that. You can't just click it off screen. I actually think that this game is going to end with a DRG win here.
I do too, yeah.
He's just kind of, it's a tug of war that he's slowly winning. And you can see, you know, GuMiho is having to give up positions here, like this base, this 3rd base or 4th, I can't remember which one it is, but Yeah, I mean, you know,
he's
not going to mind from that.
Yeah, he needs to one-sidedly hold one of these attacks.
I agree.
And it's just like he's losing just enough tanks each time that DRG, it's like paying off for him.
Right.
But you know what? He's got 7 tanks right now, 3 BCs still. He's got like 10 Hellions/Hellbats to buffer. Maybe he can do it this time. Maybe this is going to be a cleaner hold.
Okay, another moment here. Another BC goes down.
That is painful.
That really is his linchpin for the defense. The tanks are slowly falling here. He warps away, but he's just a screenshot away.
Yeah,
he's going to chase him down.
Oh, man, that BC going to lure him to the other BC as well.
Oh, you can get that one and the other one.
Well, you know what? He keeps some tanks alive, but once again, losing some SCVs over at this base.
I've not seen how these Hellions are getting over here. It's kind of funny.
Yeah,
I think that this is almost over. Terran is getting flattened over and over again here, especially in supply. About 100 supply now.
GuMiho looks to be switching towards Battle Mech now.
Yeah, the problem is that Roach Ravager can keep coming in here and just hammering away at this.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not having to make more corruptors. He's not being baited into making more corruptors.
That's a good point. There is at least one BC. I saw a BC finish during that. Okay, there it is. So, I mean, the BC still is definitely helpful. You might send that out for harassment, not entirely sure. Oh, there's corruptors going for it right now.
You know, it's funny. It was kind of inspiring to see GuMiho's style work, but,
well,
you know.
DRG is just playing this counter style very, very well. Right, like he's reducing these high-tech units over and over and over. And we're just not seeing GuMiho able to hold on to enough tanks and everything.
Yeah. In fact, I think we may see him tap out in a second here. Is he going to be able to get that CC? He does get it in time. And I mean, look, the Zerg can keep growing. There's really no way for the Zerg to even, for the Terran to even touch the Zerg. Beyond like having a couple Hellions kill some workers, which of course just get remade.
Look, honestly, I think this was closer than it looks, or it was closer than it looks. At this point, it's getting pretty bad, I think, for GuMiho. But like, he was only like 1 to 2 key units staying alive, holding these pushes away from hitting that kind of critical mass where the attacks don't work anymore and the game goes in a completely different direction. He's trying to grind it out right now with a more mobile composition where he's not just going to die to things like Biles. But it seems hard. His economy is very weak. He's got like half the income of DRG right now.
Okay, so another attack comes up over here. And again, I mean, you know, the Cyclones, it's truly the iconic death of GuMiho here with the Cyclones, just the last units that are left.
Yeah.
But, you know, they can't really hang with just the power of the Ravagers. The Corruptors able to just kind of gun down anything else that's over here. The worker count's getting lower and lower.
And not in these numbers.
You can kite, but you can't hide.
Yeah, and the few Lings coming in are screwing up the auto-lock on a lot. Like, every time he locks onto a Ling, he has to shake his head, you know?
Yeah.
GuMiho trying so hard to hold on. He's almost got his 3-3 mech out.
Yeah, but he's on basically one functional base. I guess there's a couple patches left over there at the second, but not really.
Yeah, not very much.
Yeah.
And he's trying to come out here and like stay active and pre-reduce the army. But I feel like DRG is playing this like perfectly right now.
Okay, some more Banes coming in here. This is just a kind of a... This illustrates how bad it is at this point in time here for GuMiho. Is, you know, when you're using that main CC to just retake a base you lost instead of kind of grow out even more. Oh!
Yeah, a little bit rough. The Corruptors really being worth a lot right there. We should be seeing GG in a second.
Kind of amazed GuMiho's still in this game, to be honest, considering what a long road is ahead for him if he's going to actually come out and win this.
Well, he's got 3-3 mech, right?
Yeah.
And like he's got very efficient units, and he knows that DRG is still just on exactly the same stuff. But yeah, you're right. It's quite over. It's hard though to leave games when you have 3-3 mech. It's just so cost efficient.
Well, we see more bases taken over here for DRG. This is This is a long one, Artosis. But I do believe the writing's on the wall. The the drone's being transferred over here. Just more roaches and ravagers. You know, there's not much else to it. Just keep hammering away at the positions. We have, I think it's another command center coming up. Yeah, it is coming up from the bottom. I think he thought about maybe taking one of the bottom right spots and just said, no, I'll come somewhere else.
GuMiho still, he's trying, man. He's trying to grind it back. It's quite a long grind away. His efficiency has to be so much more, and it's more, like you can see there, it's more 30K to 38K loss. But like when DRG's income is this much higher, it's like 2, sometimes 3 times higher than GuMiho's, and he's got twice the supply. Like you would just have to be so much more efficient, which is just, I can't imagine it really happening at this point.
Well, this almost seems like it was a moment. You know, this is one of the funny things I kind of knew but really appreciate about this game, by the way, is you can't actually use Yamato cannon if there are Ravagers underneath you. Yeah. It turns out that times out perfectly. All right, so this is now a maxed out Zerg army coming out here. And yeah, 3-3 mech is good. Lock on is good, but you know, like I said before, you can kite, but you can't hide. GG, DRG takes game number 1.
Yeah.
Not the most exciting ending, but I'll definitely say a pretty entertaining mid game there for sure.
Yeah. And honestly, I think GuMiho played well. It was close. Like, really, it's one of those things where DRG is having to do that attack over and over and over again. And if GuMiho starts to hold on, it gets way better for him.
Yeah.
But he couldn't quite do it. And so I don't feel like he played all that badly. I think he actually played pretty well there. And you can see he's actually frustrated himself. He's muttering to himself. He threw his head to the side. And that's what he did after the first 2 Cure games. So he knows he can do better than this, right? Just because DRG won that, I don't think it's going to be an easy road for him still.
I don't think so. But DRG did seem to have a pretty good handle on the BC strat, which, by the way, GuMiho is kind of, it's been one of the big stories of this tournament. Maybe we see double BC like we saw from Maro. Maybe it's time for GuMiho to copy Maro after Maro copied GuMiho. I don't know.
But it's time to just make some Raxes on the other side of the map.
Yeah, who knows?
It's good to pick up a win in a best of 5 like that.
Inside and Out is loading up right now, guys. DRG with a 1-0 lead as these 2 players duke it out in a best of 5 to get that final spot in the final 4.
Storm Gaming, GuMiho. Team NV, DRG.
So this was GuMiho's top map pick, just to throw that out there.
Yeah, let's see what he's going to do. Is it going to be, a map pick because he has a certain type of style that he wants to use, or is it maybe a map pick where there, some kind of exploitive strategy he can open up with and punish? We have seen a lot of Terrans like this map. I almost didn't bother to bring it up, but I think it's going to be a long thing. Oh, welcome.
Cruising for a Gumi bruising.
That's an old meme. So we did see a lot of Terrans go for Command Center first and kind of do this 2-base powering push, especially on this map.
Yeah.
But not GuMiho.
Yeah. That's so not his style.
That's so not his style. But I thought when it started up, okay, he might try to do that. But he really does march to his own beat.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I don't know what to expect from him here.
Well, I'm hoping that he sticks with the type of way that he's been playing. Here's the thing. I think that DRG can technically be defeated by bioplay.
Yeah.
But I think you got to be like Maru, basically, to do it.
Yeah, well, that's what I wonder here is I feel like we've got a very good idea of how strong Zergs are versus Bio, and then a lot of the Terrans that win versus that, if they don't win with the push, they go back and they just wait and they kind of hide and camp and turtle.
Yeah, the turtling play.
Yeah, like Maru does, and basically make it so the Zerg runs out of money.
To be fair, GuMiho's probably pretty good at the turtling play, but what I would be worried about if he does choose to go for a bio-based opener is being in a good enough position when you start the turtle play, because it's kind of like Terran is really pushing on Zerg on like 4 base area, right? And then eventually falls back and is like actually doing pretty well at that point. Whereas if GuMiho like tries to do that and things start to go wrong and then he tries a turtle, like I think DRG will just roll him. But let's just see what he's actually going to go for here.
Yeah, again, it was a pretty big surprise in the last best of 5 that GuMiho beat Cure with a pretty straight up mid game and late game. He did have some kind of surprise moves like a defensive Banshee and stuff like that, but that's not the craziest thing in the world,
no,
right?
Not the craziest.
So, you know, maybe he is able to do some kind of bio-style play here. I wonder if we're going to see an armory as well. Maybe not, because we don't have a tech lab here.
Huh.
Because we have seen GuMiho try to go for Hellbats before. Those kind of pushes that don't seem to work that much in the show.
Yeah. I mean, there's certainly places in GuMiho's mech where I think Hellbats are good, but if he did like a Hellbat push, I mean, oh, he's making a medevac, so we could see it. Could just be like straight up a Hellion drop. Honestly, I like Hellion drops. I think it's hilarious though when they drop Hellions in the base and turn them into Hellbats and then like walk very slowly towards the mineral line.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Like, oh yeah.
Yeah, they try to walk over there and it's like, my units are faster than yours. Okay, we are going to see an armory. Very cool.
Yeah. Well, it makes sense with the medevac. There are like, I want to say 6 Marines, so that adds a reasonable punch. Obviously, you and I have been pretty oh, it's 8 Marines. You and I have been pretty outspoken about not really digging Hellbat pushes.
Well,
because they never work.
It also seems like, and again, I don't want to read into what GuMiho's doing here, but it does seem to be one of the builds that Terrans go for when they lose a game and they don't feel confident. Yeah. You know?
In the past, it's certainly been very predictable from certain players like Dream or Keen or something when they're playing something like Rogue. I'm like, yeah, game 2, they always go Hellbat, you know? Because it just looks impossible.
One of the key features of stopping this is to actually gun down the medevac. Yeah. Whoa, this got owned. Oh my god, this got wrecked.
It's so wrecked. That was... Like, I guess maybe he can kill
I feel like
a
hole should have opened up on the stage and GuMiho just fell into it. That's how bad that went.
Pretty much.
Like, that was just so bad. And, you know, now the Hellions are getting shut down.
The Roaches are going across. He's going to have a Banshee pretty soon here, but it's not out yet.
Oh, my God. The bunker doesn't finish.
Dude, this game. Uh-oh. You guys wonder why we say that Hellbat pushes are really good.
We get your tweets, too, guys. We read those messages, too. You're like, why are you guys being critical of the player strategies? This is 14 SCV kills. This is... to be honest, kind of like a catastrophic, fatal error. Now, he is killing some workers over here, but there's still time for these Roaches to do even more damage.
Okay, picks that up. Gonna boost out. Tank microing very well.
So this is, well, I'll count it when it's done, but
this is bad for GuMiho. If GuMiho like already had a 3rd CC out, I would say that okay, he can recover, right? Because he'd be producing 3 SCVs at a time plus having 3 mules. But here, I don't think that this is recoverable against DRG. I think Maru in this position is 100% dead.
No, I think any Terran in the whole world.
Yeah, that's what
is just Maru, Clem, anybody. It's just like that should be fatal damage. 28 SCVs are 61 drones.
Dude, that's a huge, huge difference.
Yeah. Like, so wait, let's go back a little bit because we could talk about the damage the Terran took, but it seemed like he realized. What really was more important is the actual Hellbat engage, and I think he loses that no matter what, but he suddenly saw that he wasn't going to win that the Zerg was ready, pulled away while morphing the Hellbats. Yeah. So the SCVs got out, because I was saying a second before it happened, a lot of times the way that rush is killed is the Queen shoot down the medevac.
Yeah.
But he went like, whoa, I'm getting the hell out of here, but the Hellbats were still morphing, so they got all killed. Then the infantry didn't have anything that they could do. So GuMiho's going to try to go for a counterattack. This is very dicey, but I think it's probably the smartest of all possible plays that are not as likely to work.
Banshee, Tank, Marine, like on the damage hatch, I think this is by far the best plan that he can have. By far. I don't think it's going to work, but...
Yeah. Can he hit the hatchery?
Or is he just barely not from behind those rocks.
Okay.
But he's like kind kind of luring things in. Okay, the Lings get on top of everything.
Medevac goes down.
Man.
Well, these tanks are somehow not dying.
Yeah, no,
that was
they were pretty damn
definitely
beefy
some
there.
misclicks there, man.
Oh, the Banshees are dealing insane
what?
damage.
Is he going to do this? He did not kill that other tank in the back.
Yeah, the Banshees are somehow still alive here as well. It looks like the Overseer must have gotten picked off. So the Banshees, wow. Okay, so the Banshees actually helped to hero this as well, pushing everything back. Second Overseer did just morph, so yeah, there he gets one of the Banshees. And okay, he's going to lose all his units here now.
Yeah, he should have backed up after he killed the hatchery.
But you know what? That was crazy. He did well, he for sure. And he's going into mech behind this. Oh God, Muta's being made. 7 Mutas. What are the odds, Tasteless, that he's going to have turrets before this?
Well, and the other thing too is I don't know that he has any idea the Mutas are coming. I didn't even notice it until you told me, man. We can see everything. Like,
yeah.
And I think honestly,
I think the 7 Mutas are going to GG him.
Yeah. Although I will say that's pretty impressive. GuMiho got in there. I think DRG definitely, he like targeted stuff and then switched to the point where like that is literally how you lose a fight, is you just keep distributing damage and not killing stuff. And I missed that too. I guess the Overseer was shot down there as well.
Yeah. That's why the Banshees were able to kind of push everything back. Muta's waiting for a moment. 2 more factories are up, but yeah, when these Mutas fly in, man, he has like 5 Marines. That's it. Like, he can't do anything.
And again, guys, he's switching into mech.
Yeah, GuMiho just muttering to himself now. GG.
Taps out, GG. But I'll tell you what, quite a fight back, right?
Yeah, no, it was he did the best possible thing he could do after taking massive damage, but Hellbat pushes, I'll literally never respect them. Someone could win the World Championship by only Hellbat pushing every game and every match.
Archosis will run down there and take the trophy out of their hands and hand it to the other guy.
Like, you only won because you played stupidly. Yeah, a little bit rough there for GuMiho. Now, here's the thing. This is GuMiho's special strategy. He loses 2 games.
Yep.
And then he 3-0s.
He's kind of a bit of a dramatic guy like that.
Yeah.
You know, a little bit of flair. We're going to go to that third map now. I'm a little bit worried for GuMiho in a different way than I am in the Cure games. I mean, I feel like the Hellbat push, am I wrong about this? Gosh, they do it so much in GSL, and it's always when they lost the first game. It's almost,
it literally never works. It's like
it's
worked
almost
one
like
in the last 40 times.
The Terran 4 pool of the matchup, but you do it in the mid game or something. Let's see what happens, guys. Game 3.
Storm Gaming, GuMiho.
What was that laugh?
Well,
yeah.
Team NV,
right?
DRG.
So, you know, this is the map that GuMiho and then Maru both went the double port PC build on.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So I'm sure that this is on DRG's mind.
Well, also one other thing I want to point out to everybody else. All right, we got some hype here. Go DRG.
Laser Reaper. It's the craziest battle.
This map is really bad for late game TVZ. The Zerg gets access to a lot of bases if they can hold on. The Terran can try to do split map. I think this is the hardest split map, you know, or exhaust play as we've called it before.
It's so big
for Terran to play.
Yeah.
DRG actually opens up with pool and gas.
I don't
perhaps suspecting there's going to be a Marine rush, which I think would have been the most, if you know, if build orders are like, you know, hands in poker. I mean, this would have been the most predictable play.
Yeah, in fact, it was so obvious. I think that this was a just smart opener from DRG, and it was smart for GuMiho to not go for proxy barracks.
Yeah, I think that's way too obvious.
Well, it makes a lot of sense for DRG to do this, because this map, like, he should be able to win a macro game here. Like, so he can take the slightly worse end of an opener if he's making sure he doesn't just die to like proxy through racks type of play. So he's getting a few lings out, getting speed. GuMiho is just expanding normally here. Lings running around. Reaper actually could run into him. No, they're going to just make it to the side.
That guy with the sign can't stop cheering right now. Now the... yeah,
there are the 4 Lings versus Reaper.
I know. This is... You know, if you guys, friends don't watch StarCraft, man, show them this.
He's wrecking those Lings, man. He got one.
So... I mean, where is the game going to go here from GuMiho, I guess? DRG, well, it's just the way the game works. He'll end up showing us his stuff a little bit later. But right now, I mean, this is a game where GuMiho has to figure out absolutely what is... oh, my God, 3rd CC. Okay,
yeah,
that's
triple
it.
CC very quickly.
So this is also very standard. And it's almost like the story that's unfolding here is... in some ways overlapping with the best of 5 we just casted before this.
A little bit,
where GuMiho is now going to try to go... He's dusted off the TVZ standard textbooks and, you know, flipped through the pages and is now going to try to execute what normally we would say somebody like Innovation would be doing.
Yeah, Innovation, like, well, he didn't get the reactor first, but, like, that's Innovation's build is, like, factory 3cc.
Right,
like,
right.
Does that, like,
it's in the same vein.
Yeah.
And so he's basically going to abandon a lot of the stuff that, you know, it's funny, too, because this happened in the previous best of 5 where, like, he was trying to do his kind of crazy magician tricky moves, and you know, after it didn't work, he said, all right. You know, he's now opening, if this is chess, it's E4 here.
Yeah. Okay, that's a medevac right there. Maybe just some light harassment. Like, I mean, I don't think it's going to be an armory or anything. I would be super shocked if you went armory this game. It just wouldn't make any sense. I really want to see him go into, like, mech from here, honestly, because I don't know if anyone's going to undata CB DRG just with straight up bio.
Yeah, this will allow for the strongest 3-base play later on. It's important when you're playing like this, especially on this map, but it's true in general. Really don't drop anything as Terran. Can't allow anything to get bled off here.
He's adding Raxes, he's getting his stim, so he is going to go into standard bio play, it looks like.
Yeah, now he still may go for mech later on, although that is how he ended up dying at the end of that other game.
Late game TVZ, oh, that's nice micro. Ooh. Look at that, that's fancy. Yeah, kills all those Lings very, very well. Oh, Queen's here waiting for the Hellions.
Oh my God, perfect body block.
Yeah. But yeah, like, I mean, in the late game, when you start turtling, it is a lot of mech units, so I'm sure that we'll end up seeing him do that if we get to that stage.
So not really making much of a dent here.
Not too much.
But I mean, it was a pretty impressive maneuver. I guess he did kill the Lings off, so there's that.
Looks like he lost his Hellions, but it's not the end of the world. This was not, like, really a Hellion-based opener.
And so now the barracks get thrown down here, and, you know, this is a pretty standard game of development here. The Zerg is going to go for Mutalisks, and we may end up seeing DRG kind of go into the style of play that, you know, made him so infamous in the matchup, which would just be Mutiling Bane, right? Trying to roam, trying to kill stuff off.
He's very, very good at that. We'll just see how GuMiho kind of starts to identify everything. He only has 1 eBay, by the way. Just throwing that out there. 3rd CC is landed. Also, medevacs on the way. Still actually pumping out a Hellion at a time, which I find a little bit interesting.
I would have thought he might have switched to, like, a Widow Mine or something like that.
Yeah,
but I'm not sure why the Hellion. I don't know what that really does. I mean, I guess you can tactically use it to try to run into a site and kill workers, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, it could be that. In my imagination, I'm kind of thinking of, like, maybe he'll just add some Hellbats into his army. It's not bad, right? When the Lings run up, it's like, okay. He is getting an armory right now, but that could just be for additional upgrades as well. All right, these two come in. Oh, hey, roasts a couple drones. Oh my gosh, comes up here with stim.
Hold on. These Hellions are kind of working out, man.
Yeah.
And maybe these Banes are a little bit too close. Baneling speed about to finish, but I don't see a Baneling in sight.
Yeah, look at this. The Mutas come in, but he's got a lot of Marines here. GuMiho. He tricks you by losing the first 2 games and plays standard. GG.
What? Dude.
He's trolling us. You wait till he goes down 0-3 in the finals against Maru and then 4-0s in
That's right.
It's happening.
This is just... I don't even know what to say. It's weird because this is literally exactly what's happening.
That's like the quickest win I've seen on Data C that wasn't proxy racks.
I wonder if the reason why he makes the extra Hellions is just a little bit of extra damage to push. Well, it's not even a push. It's like you run in and just kill everything.
Yeah.
And by the way, and we saw DRG do this earlier, and I want to point this out. There were moments against Hero where he would like morph his Ravagers too close to where the fight could be. He did that with the Banelings. If the Banelings finish, he might actually just need one detonation to win that.
Yeah, that's true.
Stargazers, Artosis, that's us. That's everybody watching.
Yep.
That's the audience here in the studio, the Stargazers.
Well,
I hope that we get a game 5, by the way, but I don't know what GuMiho is going to do. Will it be standard again? Let's find out.
I can do this all day. Believe me when you hear me say I can do this all day. There's nothing like having
Psystorm Gaming, GuMiho. Team NV, DRG.
I'm like kind of holding my breath. Man.
Yeah, I don't want to call anything just yet. This is quite a different map, by the way. So we could have some new ideas.
I love Stargazers. I think it's such a cool map.
Yeah, it's a great map. By the way, this is now GuMiho. I would not be surprised if he does something different, but I do feel like he tailors his strats less to the map and more to just sort of a weird idea that he understands. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah. Like he definitely. He so does his own thing. Like, I wonder, though, when he looks at a map like this, right, where it's like, okay, well, that back natural's super easy to take. The front natural, you know, it's a little bit, like, it's flat. It doesn't have, like, a ramp leading up to it, so, like, a little bit harder to defend, but it's kind of free 3 bases. 4th base, not that far out.
And I think this is a map that's very manageable for Terran versus Zerg here. I'm still stunned that we're already into this game. I mean, the 3 bases and then an attack that comes out just quick enough.
Just kills him.
That's wild.
GuMiho, yeah, he does have the huge range, and feels like he has a range of how well he plays, too.
Yeah.
He'll put out, like, just a perfect game. And sometimes you'll just get, like, clobbered. It's like unmorphing those Hellbats.
I know.
Just everything dies. He's like, oh, no.
So you do have a free base at the top on your side of the map, but it can be pushed or attacked. I don't know if it's going to play a role here, but we'll see. You know, most of TVZ does revolve around the Terran trying to, unless it's Zerg cheeses, does revolve around the Terran trying to come in here and push an area and kill it. So we want to watch for that. From the Zerg's perspective, and there it is, a 3rd base again.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the Overlord sees this pretty well.
And this base is safer and easier to take than many of the other bases. There are minerals that you can mine out to get access to it, but there's not a lot of kind of ordinary moments in the game where you can just get in and do that.
Yeah. I love the triple CC here. He has the reactored Hellions. Starport on the way. Looks like he's going to fly over here. Maybe make a tech lab for it. That's my guess. There it is. Tech lab on the way. DRG just droning heavily. Should be taking his 3rd base very shortly here.
Now, I don't know if there's going to be anything different. And I do want to point out, we might be wrong with the extra Hellions here, but really just that push kind of running in and getting the kill there.
Yeah.
I do think that was preventable for DRG.
Oh, yeah.
It was kind of a moment where I think DRG and everybody else watching and us casting were kind of surprised how quickly GuMiho was able to get in there, but we should not have the same game again here.
No.
And this isn't going to be that because it's Banshees with Cloak now off 3 base.
Yeah, this is like pretty robust what GuMiho's doing, right? You know, you're going reactored Hellions and thing like Cloak Banshee all together. You're not really going to die to anything, so he's going to be pretty secure on his 3 bases. Might have some potential for some harassment as well. Double Evo coming out for DRG. I imagine he's going to get melee. Stim. So GuMiho is going to go for
another little push.
Yeah, and I think it's the right choice. When you take 3 bases quickly, I think it's really hard to get into mech because it's slowing you down so much.
No, I almost feel like if you go 3 base into mech, that gives the Zerg so many options for how to approach it.
Yeah, I agree.
You know, the big feature of mech going all the way back to StarCraft 1 is it's strong, but it takes a while to get.
Yeah.
It's much easier to do in StarCraft 1 and make it work. And it's still not easy for the average player, but, you know, you can do it. But I think Bio is a healthier approach here. He did not scout Cloak.
Oh, that's true, yeah. I think he has to imagine there's a starport, though.
I feel like you have to just play as if you know it's coming, though.
Well, no Spore. No Spore. He's going to get some kills here. Layer just started, man. Look at this. Really nice. Come on.
Yeah.
Dude, this is really good, this Cloaked Wraith. I mean,
Cloaked Banshee.
Yeah, it wouldn't have killed a drone yet. No, the Cloaked Banshee is
6 shots later and the thing's dead. All right, the Hellions are backing up.
Dude, this is serious damage, and unfortunately, he's shooting at them as they go into the
yeah.
the
You
gas
almost never want to target the ones that are running into the extractor because they just get away. But Banshee's going to leave.
Gets out with 8 kills.
That's 8 drone kills. I think it could have been maybe 11 or 12. I don't want to be too judgmental, but, you know.
No, you're right.
The point is he did do quite a bit of damage. Stim's going to be done. We should see the Marines coming out here shortly. Now, important to note is that there is no easy place to attack into here. If you look at the way the map is shaped, the fact of the matter is that Zerg is expanding from the very top left all the way down to the bottom. So there's not like one of those 4th bases that sort of sticks out and you know, gets to be an easy source to do damage.
Yeah, but I think GuMiho it's not about attacking that 4th base for him. If you look at what he's focusing on with the Banshees, he's keeping all the creep out of the northern half of the map. So he's really been focusing on that. I think we're going to see him do a straight push towards the natural. It feels to me like that is what the actual plan is going to be here. Now, one thing to mention is DRG's upgrades are absolutely fantastic. He's already got one with 2-2 on the way. And only +1 is started for GuMiho. He's a little over halfway done with it. But that means he's down 2 upgrades right now.
That's true. You noticed, you know, definitely a lot of creep he's trying to shoot down a lot of creep here. Look for that opportunity. I didn't expect to have this much little harass over here on this hatchery, but it's not a bad idea. If there's no detection here, maybe you can try to pick that off and get a free kill.
That would be pretty surprising if he actually killed this hatch.
Well, we need detection to get down here.
Well, I mean, yeah, DRG does have
Dude, he's just going to run down and get it.
He
because
might.
This is so low.
This is kind of insane.
Guys.
He's bringing his army, man.
Guys.
He's going to get it.
Yeah. Surprise.
Oh, my God. GuMiho getting in on top of the queens.
What is going on here? Get it, kill it. Okay, thank you.
All right, well, he doesn't have enough medevacs to pick everything up, but I think that was a great play. He kills the 4th base. That is such a big moment in any TVZ, right? That's normally the thing we talk about is, can Terran kill that 4th? And oftentimes it's no.
Well, especially on this map. Big link counterattack here, though. Oh, hold on.
Ooh.
Oh, I think he did kind of show his hand, though, here. Yeah, the tanks are going to siege up. He knows what's coming. There's going to be a lot of different points being hit here. Is the main actually safe? Oh, he can even drop over in that expansion area.
Oh, man. Well, let's see how this counterattack does. Kills a couple Banes before they hit. Does open up the wall. Not that many Banes left over. Oh, he actually does not target them well. Good connections on those Banes.
Yeah, nicely done.
But GuMiho's going to hold it. Doesn't actually lose that much. Loses a tank, some Marines, couple depots, 3 SCVs. Hive is on the way here for DRG, who's about to have 2-2.
Ooh. Okay, so
that was...
I will tell you, this has been a kind of a wild game here. I mean, there's been some great moments on both sides, but also some pretty epic fails.
Banshee's helping out a lot. You know, you're certainly right. Like, GuMiho's like losing a bit more everywhere than he should right now.
This is so funny. Look at this. He's like just loading and unloading and trying to get as many kills with these Banshees as he can.
Banshees must have so many kills by now. Look at that, 11 kills on that one. Oops. Goodbye, Banshee. All
Well,
right.
Zerg's going up to 5 bases here, with the freebie base still available.
Yeah, I think
Terran, sorry, go ahead.
I was saying, I think we should see an Ultra Scabbard, right? Like, he's been on Ling Bane only the whole time. Occasionally you see people go Lurker from here, but I think Ultra Scabbard would be amazing right now.
You know, DRG is going to be kicking himself for that hatchery at the bottom that he lost earlier on.
Yeah.
That was pretty exceptional.
Now, I'm trying to figure out for GuMiho's side here, like he's playing against such a Ling Bane heavy composition. I don't think he's going to get very much done with these drops. Like each drop he's trying to do now is getting shut down harder and harder. There's just definitely enough Ling Bane everywhere.
He's going to come in here again. This will be a forced liftoff here. Maybe he can try to target some Banes or something like that before it gets away. Terran's on his 4th base.
I just want to see GuMiho add like a factory here and chill for a moment.
Yeah, and just kind of stay back. Zerg could then try to take a 6th base in that free location there. But, you know, things are really beginning to build up right now.
I just saw 5 drop overlords made.
Oh, really?
Is he going to drop like the back expansion?
Yeah, you know what? Because I don't think Terran ever connected the 2 areas. You know, you're sort of safe from a ground attack from the bottom part if you leave that plugged up, but if you don't open it up, then drops suddenly become really good. And nothing
you have to run all the way from like your 4th base up through your natural and everything?
Yeah, it's like a pretty wild distance you have to travel here. It's something that, you know, Zerg's been dealing with this whole time, but what's going to happen when, you know, Terran starts to do it?
Ooh, I like that drop to try to push back the Vipers. Parasitic Bomb does go down. He was trying to hit this other expansion as well. Does have to pull back. Oh, God, that's a lot of Ling Bane.
This is so much. Oh, my God, attack move.
Hold on. Yeah, there was
some weird move command going on there where they kind of ran through.
Ooh, Viper Fix would be awesome, but he does fall back.
Perfectly timed. And look at this. He's just going to take the 4th out. Losing that 4th is pretty bad. That was not without a little bit of sacrifice.
GuMiho still has a lot of spy. He's a really big army right now.
Yep.
What are the drop overlords going to do? I don't know if
I don't even
anything
know where they're at.
GuMiho's so busy. Now, this attack I don't get from GuMiho.
No, this was a little bit of an overextension here, and this could actually be even worse than losing that base.
Ooh, the Parasitic Bomb plus the Blind Cut's so nice. Oh, that's a huge Baneling connection. If he hadn't hit that Baneling connection, actually, this would have gone GuMiho very quickly. Another couple Baneling connections are going to go down, unfortunately. But look at this. GuMiho is, like, being so aggro right now. And actually, DRG is running out of army. This can happen when you play just Ling Bane.
Yeah, he needs to wait for these Banes to morph. The hatchery's going to go down. By the way, there is a hatchery built at the 6 o'clock location on the map.
That is a gold base.
Yes. More Banes coming up here. And, I mean, the thing is, I don't know if Terran can push further. Sometimes you see Terrans, they win a fight. They want to keep trying to win fights. Nice counterattack here. Going to kill all these Marines off. But, honestly, man, DRG needs to, like, stop this push. Where is his anything?
He doesn't have much. Like,
he's going to lose the Baneling's Nest.
He has no larva right now, Tasteless.
This is insane.
It's like a real problem.
The Baneling's Nest goes down.
Oh, my God.
What you see is what you get. He picks him up. The tank targeting the Banes would be huge.
Oh!
He gets one.
Yeah, very nice volley there. It does get a Baneling hit there, so his Marine's a little bit weaker, but it seems like GuMiho is breaking the back of DRG, perhaps.
Wait a minute. Is he going to do this again?
He might. GuMiho's on 4 base right now. Baneling Nest just got restarted, so if he just continues with the Marines,
he can
Ling is not going to stop him.
The Baneling's Nest is being remade like not far from where it was killed as well.
There's like one Baneling. He just got rid of it. I think he's got it, Tasteless. Oh my God. This is just what GuMiho does. Look at that, slapping the table. DRG taking
This is like a WWE match right now. Like it has to be as dramatic as possible.
Dude, it's totally scripted.
The writers go back, they're like, all right, listen, now you're gonna win with a 3-base push. Sorry, DRG.
I can't even believe it, man.
And then DRG
GuMiho has turned it on.
We're gonna stop. He's gonna stop your 4th base, and then he's gonna counter push and kill you. And in game 5, he's gonna hit you with a stop sign and power bomb you through a cardboard table.
Oh my God.
I can't believe these games are going the way they're going. This is insane.
It's insane. If GuMiho wins this, he's a legend.
Yeah, GuMiho, you can see he's gone. I mean, we've been watching for literally hours, man. This is the last game of the entire evening for the last spot in the round of 4. GuMiho, we have been following him on this journey. Will he make it to the next step? Or is it going to go to DRG? We're going to find out now.
Storm Gaming, GuMiho. Team NV, DRG.
All right. It's time to decide this. Man. GuMiho just playing out of his mind in these last 2 games.
Believe DRG, some DRG support in the audience. GuMiho support over there. The audience is split.
They really are, as they should be. Like, these guys are, like, honestly, 2 of the most exciting players we've ever had.
Yeah.
Both former champions, both back from the military, some of our older players. I love it, man. I would love if one of these guys actually wins the season. It's like, at this point, nothing bad can happen in the season. Occasionally, there'll be like a group of players, and we're like, well, I sure hope Sniper doesn't win GSL. And then he does, and you're like, well, damn, that's too bad. But I feel bad now, but he's like a person with hopes and dreams and like tried really hard and practiced hard. But seriously, like, there's no bad storyline left in this tournament.
No matter how you cut it, it's going to be an interesting finals here. And by the way, guys, another little reminder here. Our finals is in the Freak Up studio, the same studio that we normally do the show in.
This studio.
This studio. So do come there and do be sure to buy tickets on time.
You know what's kind of cool? I think this is the longest in between round of 4 and finals that we may have ever had. Or at least it is very long. It's like 10 days.
Yeah.
That's a lot of prep time, man.
A lot of prep can go into this.
Crazy builds, whoever makes it to the finals.
Now, I do want to point out kind of a bigger picture thing here. Something about the way GuMiho attacks in is better than the other Terrans right now.
Oh, you mean these attacks that he's doing against DRG, like the mid-game ones, the Marines?
Yeah, like look at what happened with Cure. There was a couple moments where he just attacked in, and it's like, oh, hold on, Cure's not doing this right. I don't know if he's targeting differently or if he just knows. You know, a lot of Terran players instinctively want to try to run away, where he'll actually stutter step micro into it sometimes.
Yeah, this is actually something I kind of noticed too. Like, a lot of Terran players go in and they're like, I want to grind you when you try to engage. Whereas GuMiho goes forward. He's like, I want to utilize this DPS to destroy everything.
Yeah.
Like, yeah,
I'm going to find
notice
like
as well.
An isolated queen or then, you know, a couple lings and not ever run away but attack into it and then hit the stuff like the banelings more feet behind it.
Yeah.
And it just seems like it's kind of, it's working, man.
Yeah, his bio does seem slightly more aggressive than the other players. I feel like I have to see a few more games to really call it that, but like, it actually, I was thinking the same thing you just said.
It just does seem like there's a pattern emerging here.
Yeah, for sure.
And it's also funny to me that he's doing this kind of eccentric stuff, and then when it doesn't work, he goes, all right, and dusts off the old standard play and tries to come in that way.
Yeah. Cyclone is on the way. You know what? This could be like the Cyclone BC opener again, where he killed like 4 Overlords.
Well, I'll tell you what, man. This is a better map for it.
Yes, I like this for that too. That's a good point, because there's like one place that you are attacking, and that's, you know, that like because he has that third base in the back. So here's the medevac. Let's see if a fusion core starts. The medevac, I believe, will be for the Cyclone and Marines.
The medevac.
Medevac.
2 more Raxes.
Okay.
eBay.
So none of that.
It's standard Artosis.
Yep. Well, standard X GuMiho, because he has this Cyclone there, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So he's got his own little twist on it.
And he's going to go Overlord hunting. Only this time it's not going to be anything fancy behind it. It's going to be a push. And honestly, dude, I mean, I don't know that if you can get 4 Overlords, but if you can get a couple Overlords and then just have a good push, I don't see why that wouldn't, you know,
and
that wouldn't just work.
Here's something to consider. Last time he did this, like with the Cyclone, it was a BC follow-up. So right now, DRG, let's see if he starts melee or he starts range. It's going to tell us what he thinks. Melee. Okay, he doesn't believe it's BC.
Yeah.
Like, you technically can go melee against BC, but I think he would go range if he thought it was.
Now he's doing a little bit of damage here and there. Looks like the medevac is now over in the bottom right. He's going to come up here, maybe try to kill the queen. Going to go ahead and leave.
Yeah, just keep it alive. Look at all the Overlords hiding right there. I love it. Trying to keep him in the middle. He knows how many that this little combo can kill off. Maybe that was a one-time use for GuMiho, killing that many Overlords with a Cyclone drop.
You know, honestly, though, you could be right. It could have just been a very circumstantial, thing where he just thought, oh, there's another one.
I think he pulled most of them in now. Nice block there with the Lings.
Yeah, good defense. Stim's almost done. The third base has started. Now, the push came out from GuMiho a little bit sooner than, and I could be wrong. I was a little bit caught off guard when he came out, but it seems like it could have been a little bit quicker. And I guess we were right after all. He is just going to try to clean up Overlords. Just went maybe not the most efficient path. Kind of went back behind the main and then looped back around.
I like it, though. Like, just flying around, trying to stay active. Now some more bio coming down. Like, he's keeping everything really quite busy. Oh, there you go. A big plume of Lings from DRG. This is really important. He needs these Lings that are coming out.
Ooh. Now,
are we going to see a dive into the main? Or is he just going to push here? Okay.
Yeah, I think he just pushes right over here. But the Banelings are going to finish in time.
Okay.
But, you know, let's see how they connect. Scan here. He's going to stim. He's going for it, man.
Yeah, I think that's a good pickup. I don't think he was going to get those.
Oh, right, I don't know about this.
Main, yeah, this is a little bit insane.
This is kind of I don't know, it seems impulsive to me.
Okay, hold on,
okay, now can he get maybe the pool if he wins this fight?
Well, I think all the rest of the Lings and Banes, no, they're not coming up. They started to, and then they didn't. Oh, my God. GuMiho getting some damage here.
He's going to go for the layer over the pool.
No way.
That's super greedy, but it could work.
Well, he's going to go ahead and clear these Lings now.
How
Very
is this
little
working?
surface
This is
area.
Crazy to me.
Dude, he's braver than everyone else. GuMiho believes in the heart of the Terran units.
I can't believe this. Now, keep in mind, there's more units being processed out right now.
Dude, he's being so efficient. It's insane.
He keeps targeting the Banes.
He'll be back for that layer later.
That's right. It's unfinished business.
There's another push coming down right now.
Dude, is this like the best pusher ever? I don't even get it.
Dude, you know what? He plays mech to give you a chance because he's the best bio tank player in the world.
I can't believe this. He's going to get that hatchery, and there's still the presence of that army down there. And that's going to be pushing up here now as well. It comes in and picks up.
Oh, my God.
I think GuMiho's moving on.
Dude, he just killed the third base of DRG. That's insane. His Marines remain as well. The Baneling Nest going to get picked off. GuMiho harassing all over the place. The fourth base is down that ramp. It doesn't really have any defense. There is a possibility he can go down and kill it.
And without the opportunity to make more Banelings now, I think that there's just no way DRG can win.
DRG, yeah, his head is to the side now, Tasis. His mouth is open in awe at the base Gumi God, who advances to the round of 4, going down 2 losses and coming back 3 wins twice here tonight.
Coming back 2 times in a row.
Dude, what a god.
It was
he
like
is in the round of 4.
A 3-hour journey where he barely recovered. And that's right, he's got that final spot. That is so sick, dude.
It's so crazy.
Man.
Amazing play from GuMiho here tonight. I can't believe it. He truly is back in top form.
All right, guys, we're going to go to an interview now with GuMiho and see how he's feeling. He's got that last spot in the Final Four of the GSL CODES. Unbelievable, man. What a journey. I'm stunned. Anyways, we're going to go to that interview now.
Wow, what a match that was. A huge upset from GuMiho. GuMiho takes down DRG in a reverse sweep. Congratulations. Thank you. Wow, sincere congratulations, GuMiho. A reverse sweep. You made the reverse sweep twice today. Twice in a single day, GuMiho. What a huge performance for you today. In 2017, you won the GSL, and this is your round of 4 after 5 years. So how do you feel? I mean, right now, my hands are shaking. You know, I'm just like wrapped up in euphoria right now. No, it was during the GSL win in 2017. I actually made a reverse sweep back then, so today it kind of resembles that. So I feel really happy today. A reverse sweep, GuMiho. It feels like you have something with that. So 2 reverse sweeps in a row today. So you probably have faith in yourself. You probably thought that you could make another reverse sweep again. Is that right? I mean, for the map sequence, I put the maps I dislike in front, then later. So I knew that I had a possibility of winning the later games. So that's how I was able to win. And my mindset was that I can win this series. I mean, GuMiho, you're the build master. So of course we got to talk about the builds. I mean, you showed some very innovative builds today. With the mechanic build, you use the Cyclone so well. And then the Hellbat and the Battle Cruiser builds you've shown in the recent matches. So what was your focus when it comes to mechanic builds? For ZVT? Yes, that's right. And when I play Mechanical Army, rather than stalling out the game, I try to harass my opponents, and that's why I use the Cyclones. And in the first game, I had the most ideal scenario going on in the first game against DRG, but yet I still lost that one, so I'm pretty disappointed. But in the later games, I was able to pull off a reverse sweep, which I'm really fortunate about. In the last game, you switched from being a build master to being a timing master. I do tend to go for 2 engineering bays or like the Hellbat plays. So I thought the opponent would anticipate it. So that's why I try to play a bit unorthodox today. I mean, the last battle, there was like 10 swords walking. So what play was the most memorable to you today? In Cosmic Sapphire, I kind of started off the wrong foot. And I've never seen the swords looking so gigantic today. They were doing so much damage, and usually I had a bad perception of swords, but today it totally changed my mind. I mean, last year you were discharged from the military service and you made it back to the CODAS, and it's been quite a struggle for you in the initial season. But looking back, what was the most difficult thing about coming back? GuMiho. I mean, when I came back from military service, I had a good win rate when I was playing kind of standard, like my play style, but I really hit the ceiling, with the glass ceiling with it. So when I was losing a lot in a row, I kind of, try to change my mindset. I try to work on new builds, try to accept new strategies, and that's how I was able to improve myself. Was there a special sort of motivation for you, GuMiho? I mean, I think Bunny and I motivate each other. He's helped me so much in practice. And as I was practicing, I started to grow more of a positive mindset. I mean, because you beat DRG today, you're gonna be playing against Ragnarok in the round of 4, and he's a hot Zerg. He's a very popular Zerg player right now. Today I try to reveal as as less Zerg builds as possible today. So I'm really fortunate about that. And it feels like I came back to life after being set into the rock bottom. So I'm going to try to prepare comfortably for the round of 4 match. I mean, the fans were cheering for you all the way to the round of 4, GuMiho. So any words to them? So I'm always thankful to them. And I want to thank Ryung and Byeon for helping me with the practice. And Creator. And today overall my performance was not too satisfactory, but it was quite good enough. All right, GuMiho, once again, congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Excellent work. I just can't believe how crazy today was. We had a possible total of 15 games, and we got all 15.
We got all 15.
That's crazy.
And it was awesome.
And
it was epic.
What's funny is there were periods where it felt like, oh, this might be sort of a surprisingly short day.
Yeah.
Especially when GuMiho went down 0-2 in both of the best of 5s. It's like, oh, well, okay. Like I said, the way it goes, and he's not going to make it. And then he has these crazy comebacks and overcomes all odds.
Godlike play, honestly. Like, by the end, he was playing just so magnificently and showing that very aggressive, in-your-face stuff. It's like, DRG didn't even send his units up.
So here
we
have our final 4-man. A ZVT, Ragnarok versus GuMiho, and then a TVP, Maru versus Hero.
Yeah, and so many great things can occur here. Ragnarok, the only one who has not won a championship. Obviously, Maru chasing the G5L. Hero looking for 2 in a row, and GuMiho looking for his 2nd championship after 5 years.
Yeah.
It's going to be amazing. I have no doubt that these are going to be absolutely fantastic matches.
It's almost hard to know who to root for here. I mean, each of these guys, such a compelling story. We're going to be back for that on Thursday, so do be sure to join us. It's going to be hard to top today, man, but right now both GSL and ASL have just had phenomenal games here. Our schedule is at the bottom of the screen. The finals is going to be on the 15th.
That's right.
5 p.m. That's earlier than we normally start, and it is in this studio.
Yes.
It's not in the Sangam Coliseum. It's in the Freak Up studio in Samsung, by Samsung Station, by Coex Mall. In case you're confused, I hope this gets cleared up very quickly.
Yes.
Detailed information for the tickets will be coming up on Thursday, so you better not miss the cast for that.
Yes.
And you need to get those tickets very quickly. They're going to try to make as much space as possible for people, but there is a capacity limit here.
Yeah, so
we are across the street from the fire station that will shut us down. There's too many people in here.
We are across the street from the fire station. That is true.
Which
means we should be able to overpack, I would say, because we're like so much safer.
But there's more of us than there are firemen, right, in that station. So maybe we can take them out. Who knows?
But,
but do be sure to get a ticket. There will probably be viewing parties around Seoul, possibly, if you can't make it in. But otherwise, I'm
trying to get a ticket.
We
want to see you guys all here.
Yeah.
Amazing day. Like, this is one of my favorite days of GSL in a long time. These reverse sweeps from GuMiho, unreal. Can't wait for that round of 4.
We love you guys. We'll see you on Thursday for the Final 4. Bye-bye.
Yeah, I was born to be your favorite. Look, Ma, I'm on the billboard, I made it. That's what I dream every day.